to order. Welcome to meeting number 30. It's the first panel of 3 today of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance. Pursuant to order of reference of Tuesday, March 24, the committee is meeting on the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Today's meeting is taking place by a video conference, and the proceedings will be made available via the House of Commons website. So that you are aware, the website will always show the person speaking rather than the entirety of the committee. So with that, we will welcome our witnesses. We're privileged to have today the Honourable Mary Ng, Minister of Small Business, Export Promotion and International Trade. And with her is several officials from the Department of Finance and the Department of Industry. So with that, Madam Minister, I'll give you the floor. You have an opening statement, and from there we'll go to questions. And just so everybody knows, so they can think about it in the meantime, the first questioner will be Mr. Cummings, followed by Mr. Fraser. The floor is yours, Madam Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with this committee about some of our government supports for Canada's small business owners and entrepreneurs. Small businesses are at the very heart of our communities across the country and truly the backbone of our national economy. They employ 8.3 million hardworking Canadians, and nearly 7 out of every 10 private sector jobs in our country. So when this pandemic hit, we knew that we needed to do everything possible to help them here in Canada, and we remain steadfast to ensure that these small businesses, who are the pillars of our towns, our cities, and our neighborhoods, get support during this difficult time. Mr. Chair, over the past several months, my team and I have spoken with thousands upon thousands of small business owners and entrepreneurs in every sector and in every region across Canada. We heard that our response to COVID-19 needed to be flexible and it needed to be balanced. Flexible because the situation we are currently facing is truly unprecedented and there really is no template to work from. Circumstances and challenges are still evolving and at a rapid pace. And balanced because we need to meet the needs of all small business owners during these challenging times. And there is no one-size-fits-all approach to relief. Small businesses, because of their size, are often more entrepreneurial. They're more nimble and very in touch with their customers and their communities, and this is often the key to their success. But it also makes them vulnerable during turbulent times like the one that we are facing right now in a global pandemic. When Canadians are asked to stay at home and they're not able to eat out at their favorite restaurant or go to an appointment at their physiotherapist or their salon, or they're not able to travel and stay at a hotel or a bed and breakfast, this is having an impact on those businesses. If you're an entrepreneur that's invested everything in a community theater or a pub or a bakery or your technology, you're absolutely feeling the brunt of COVID-19. You probably have had to close your doors and your sales have probably taken a huge hit, or indeed, for many, they've disappeared entirely. When people are asked to stay at home, they're likely to also hold off purchases. So if you're a business that sells technology, furniture, jewelry, you've also taken a hit. And then there are service providers that normally we interact with every day. Our dry cleaners, our yoga studios, fitness studios, daycares, hair salons, they're feeling the effects of having to temporarily close their doors. And if you're a business that are moving people or goods, like our taxi drivers or our delivery service workers, your revenue has been impacted too. So the harsh reality is that the majority of our entrepreneurs and small business owners have faced serious challenges, and this happened almost overnight for them. For a small business to get over the challenges of this pandemic, they're likely facing 3 major threats: keeping their teams together, keeping their costs low, and of course, covering their operating expenses. Our government has taken serious and decisive action to address each of these threats. Mr. Chair, I grew up in a small business. I know that this is often a family affair. 75% of Canadian small businesses have fewer than 10 employees. You often know each other's birthdays, their kids' names, your spouses. And from my own experience and through conversations with small business owners, I know that employers often think of their teams as extended family. We also know that in order for a business to remain resilient through this difficulty and recover more quickly after this challenging time, the team must stay together. It's why one of our most important initiatives is the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. Through this subsidy, we are going to keep more Canadians employed by covering 75% of those wages. This will be a key support as we enter the restart phase, and we're extending the wage subsidy for an extra 3 months until the end of August. We're also helping over 3.2 million businesses and self-employed Canadians by keeping their costs low, by allowing them to defer the GST and HST and customs duties payments. This way, they can keep more money in their pockets over the last number of weeks and months. And in addition, we're extending the tax filing deadline and allowing businesses to defer any payments until, if they owe any, until August the 31st. Again, helping them keep their costs low so that they can have that extra flexibility to manage that cash flow. And to entrepreneurs across the country, we also know that covering your operating costs like rent or utilities is an incredible challenge right now. So through the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance, we've partnered with provinces and territories to reduce rent by 75% for businesses experiencing incredible hardships for the months of April, May, and June. And starting on next Monday, the 25th, applications for the Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance will be open. We know that business owners and landlords can work through the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation through those details now. Those details are already available and they can start looking at that and be ready for when the application opens next week. Rent, of course, is not an area of federal responsibility, but the success of businesses, frankly, is all of our responsibilities. So we're working hard to make sure that this rent assistance support gets out as quickly as possible. We've also introduced a variety of lending supports available through banks and credit unions to help businesses with their cash flow. One of these is the Canada Emergency Business Account, or called CEBA. Many of you know about this. It's the $40,000 interest-free loan with up to $10,000 forgivable if you're able to pay it back by the end of 2022. And to date, this support has helped over 621,000 businesses and entrepreneurs across the country by accessing the support. It's helping our favorite restaurant to keep their lights on, while they've also switched some of their operations to delivery service. It's helping that furniture store that relies on foot traffic to stay afloat so that they can keep paying the cost of their warehouse space. It means that local bed and breakfast is maintaining their property even if their doors are temporarily closed. And on Tuesday, just a couple of days ago, we announced that the CEBA loan will now be expanded and available to businesses that don't have the minimum $20,000 payroll. So it means that if you're a sole proprietor and a business that relies on contracts, a family-owned firm who pays your employees in dividends, you're now eligible. And what you need to have a business bank account, a CRA number, where you're filing a tax return for 2018, 2019, and non-deferrable expenses between $40,000 and $1.5 million. So these are non-deferrable expenses like rent, utilities, insurance, salary, that sort of thing. So we've certainly heard from the hair salon owner or stylist who rent chairs, the local chiropractor who has their practice but no employees, the farmer who pays themselves in dividends but has to pay machinery costs and animal feed. This loan expansion is going to help those businesses, but thousands of more business owners to access the support. And we know that there's still more to do. Those businesses that operate out of a personal bank account and who are too new and have yet to file a tax return, we're working hard to make sure that we have a solution to help these businesses as well through this challenging time. And of course, for larger businesses, there are other liquidity supports, other loans that are available of up to $12.5 million, also available through financial institutions like banks and credit unions for those businesses looking to get the support through this difficult time. So we know that that all across the country, across every region, businesses need to be supported, and some are not supported through the programs that I just talked about, and because of that, we've devoted almost $1 billion to rural tourism businesses through the Regional Relief Recovery Fund, and we've also created supports to help Indigenous-owned businesses, young entrepreneurs, innovative and high-growth firms, women entrepreneurs, and much, much more. Mr. Chair, our government has acted fast. We've introduced broad measures to help small businesses from coast to coast to coast. These measures will help businesses weather the storm, but we know that the introduction of the measures is really just a first step, and that businesses are going to continue to need the help and support in order to weather through this period and into the restart. It's also why we created the Innovation Canada portal and the Business Canada app, so that small businesses can navigate through the many supports that we've introduced. We've also partnered with the National Chamber to create the Canada Business Resilience Network, so that business owners, small businesses, can truly get the support that they need. It's more than being able to put money out. It's making sure that they also have the support and tools to be able to access the support properly to help them through this time. So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to close by thanking the many small businesses who are providing essential services through our communities through this challenging time. My colleagues and I have heard countless stories of entrepreneurs and communities all across the country going beyond the call of duty, just giving back. I'm so impressed by the resilience by our incredible business owners and what they've done to just help each other out and through this difficult period. And to those hardworking business owners, I want to thank you. And Mr. Chair, we're all in this together. I appreciate this committee's support for the efforts during this difficult time. I keep saying this everywhere across the country on Zoom calls, just like the one we're having today. We're all here to help our small businesses survive this pandemic, to pave the way for our economy to recover. And we're going to continue doing the hard work together to help save our small businesses and those hard-working Canadians and those jobs across the country. And I want to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to speak to all of you today, and I look forward to taking your questions. Thank you so very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Minister. We will start the first round. It'll be 6 minutes. First up will be Mr. Cumming, followed by Mr. Fraser. James, floor is yours.
Great. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Minister, for appearing today. And I'm today in one of these businesses. I'm sitting in the Wellness Center. It's a business owned by Tammy. And Tammy has been now shut down since March. She has received nothing, not a single program. She may qualify for the CEBA grant now. She uses contract employees, so she can't be helped with the wage subsidy. And that's not going to help her when she finally is able to restart. One of the things that she wanted to apply for is to allow greater flexibility between the landlord and the tenant so that these companies can start to receive this rent subsidy.
Well, thank you so much, James, for that question, and I want to thank you for all of your great work as well, representing your constituents, but indeed Canadians as the critic on small business, and your input and that of Tammy and so many businesses are just so important. It's indeed how we created the programs that we have, listening to them, listening to the support that they need. I'm pleased that we are able to expand CEBA so that Tammy can get access to the $40,000 interest-free loan to help with those operating expenses. And of course, the application will open on Monday for landlords to apply. And listen, we know how important that rent expense is and what a burden it is for businesses, and particularly small businesses like the one you're in that has been closed and I thank businesses like Tammy's and everyone for closing their doors to keep us all safe. We're going to encourage landlords to take advantage of this program. We've all been in this together. It's remarkable what Canadians have done to help flatten this curve. And I'm going to encourage landlords to take advantage of this program so that our small businesses can get that help, that 75% reduction.
Madam Minister, well, thank you. I have many questions for you, so I'd like to be able to move on if I could. So if SECRA was so important, why is it delayed till June? Why did it take so long to be able to help these businesses?
Well, as you know, rent is not an area of federal responsibility, but helping businesses across this country is all of our responsibility. So we worked hard with our federal and territorial, like our provincial and territorial counterparts, and together we have put forward a program that will provide 75% rent reduction help for those small businesses. And we're looking forward to those landlords taking advantage of this so that we can help our small businesses. We could together help our small businesses.
And Madam Minister, I hope you are hearing from landlords like I am that I do not think you're going to get the uptick that you thought you would. And with the CEBA program, Tammy appreciates that she can apply. It just puts more debt on her business. So it's going to be very difficult for her. So with CEBA, how many applications have been approved so far?
621,000.
And how many have been rejected?
I don't have the number for the rejections. I would say that the way in which this was put forward, it's 100% guarantee. It's 100% loan guaranteed by the federal government of Canada to the financial institutions, and this uptake of 621,000 is really excellent because that's how many businesses are being helped across the country from coast to coast to coast. And I know that with this expansion, it's going to help even thousands of more companies. So
what is the average loan size that has been applied for?
I don't have the specifics on the average loan size. I don't know if my deputy is able to share that. I would say though that it's up to $40,000. I certainly know that the businesses I have talked to, many businesses have taken up all $40,000, and others have taken sort of less than that. I don't know if my deputy has sort of specifics.
Mr. Kennedy, or
Mr. Chair, no, I don't have that number immediately available, but we'll see if we can't get that for the committee.
Okay, if you could provide that to the clerk, that would be helpful, James.
So if that number is a critical number, because if the uptake is predominantly around 40,000, then that would tell you that the demand is very great. So I think it's an important number to consider in that you considered the 40,000 when you started with initially. What are the transactional fees that are being charged by the banks to administer this program?
I don't have the specifics. Perhaps, Deputy, do you think you could just share that with the member, please?
I think Mr. Kennedy went offline to find the other. We'll come back. There he is. He's back. Go ahead. Mr. Kennedy, do you have a figure on the transactional fees that the banks are charging?
I do not have that handy, but we'll come back with that as well.
Okay.
And it was reported to finance before that there was plenty of headroom within the loan program. Can you confirm what the headroom left in the program is?
I don't have that either. But I actually do have the answer to your earlier question, which is that it is a 0.4% fee for the bank to administer the Canada Emergency Business Account.
We'll have to end it there, James. You're on in the next round as well, I gather. Turning then to Mr. Fraser and then on to Mr. St. Marie. Sean?
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for joining us, and thank you on the work that you've been doing over the past number of weeks and months in order to help businesses survive this unprecedented pandemic that is causing a disruption in everyone's lives. Two of the most important words that I think I heard from your opening remarks was "we heard." You referred to the barbers that you've listened to, some folks working on farms, and other examples. I think it's important to reflect on the number of extraordinary changes that have been made, often after an initial policy announcement has been done. My experience in the past few years is that we put a lot of effort into consultation on the front end, tried to land a policy, and weren't particularly flexible after we completed consultations with stakeholders. I've been feeling refreshed at the willingness of the government to listen and shift course where we see problems that have been highlighted. I want to see if you can talk about the importance of this exercise in listening and how it's helped develop the policies, particularly when I look at big things like creating a 75% wage subsidy that was previously 10%, and small things like extending access to those barbers who don't necessarily meet the payroll threshold, or allowing credit unions to get money through CEBA to communities. There's probably dozens of changes that I could point to as examples, and I want to get your perspective on what it's like to have to iterate as we go through based on the feedback we're hearing directly from Canadians that have been affected by this pandemic and are looking for the help of their federal government.
Well, thank you so very much, Sean, and this truly is unprecedented. You're absolutely right. We take pride in the way in which we listen to Canadians in the course of developing policies and programs, and and funding for the range of supports in the normal course of in the normal course of doing business in government. And with a global pandemic, where the urgency, the absolute urgency of getting support out to businesses, out to Canadians was the focus, and listening to Canadians literally right from the very beginning, and continuing to listen to those businesses so that we can, in fact, reflect on where there may have been a gap, where something may needed to be changed, and adapting along the way. And some of those adaptations actually also means making a legislative change, and that I thank all of our colleagues all across on all sides of the House for coming in and helping us as Team Canada really to be able to introduce the wage subsidy as an example, which required legislation, and the size of the emergency support package that we've had to put out in an effort to support Canadians. So if I take the example of the Canada Emergency Response, the Canada Emergency Business Account, this is an example where we listen to colleagues who are here on this committee. We listen to colleagues on all sides who had input and feedback from their own constituents and their own business constituents about what was or what wasn't working. My department, right from the get-go, has a call every single day throughout this entire pandemic, every single day. It started with tens of businesses and grew to hundreds of businesses, and now it's over 1,000 of businesses, as well as business associations, that talk to my department every single day so that we can understand the issues that they are facing, the needs that they are dealing with. They represent different sectors, so making the adaptations, making sure that we have invested in the regional development agencies and community futures to make sure additional support is out there for smaller businesses in the rural communities, making sure that we provided support through the Industrial Research Assistance Program for those high growth, innovative companies that weren't experiencing the kind of revenue losses that are calculated by many other companies, but for that sector, it is a revenue loss.
We'll have to go back to Mr. Fraser, give him the opportunity for one more, Minister. Sean?
Sure. Thank you, Minister. I appreciate that. Two quick plugs before my second question. Two things that I am continuing to hear is there's concern about businesses with the uncertainty, wondering whether some of these benefits will be extended should that become necessary. And second, there are still some very small businesses that may not have $40,000 in expenses or a business account, but would like some kind of support. They don't necessarily need the same level of support that CEBA provides, but are looking for some kind of assistance to help with their expenses. My second and final question, I am hearing with an astonishing level of frequency when I talk to female entrepreneurs about particular concerns that they are facing. I'll ask you to comment on the support we've put in place for them and make a plug to deal specifically with the issue of childcare. I can't tell you the number of woman-owned businesses and agricultural producers who say, all I need to do are simple things like reprofile my Canada Summer Jobs person to childcare instead of on the farm, because I know how to farm and I don't have the time to train somebody else to run my business. And if I could have help with childcare, I could get back to work and make a real difference for the economy. If you could comment on supports for women entrepreneurs, I would be grateful.
And you'll have to do it in a minute, Minister. I want to keep this round fairly tight.
Okay. I just announced last week on Saturday, $15 million support to the women's entrepreneurship ecosystem. This is part of an $85 million strategy that we had put out to put out these entrepreneurship ecosystems specifically to help women. Women are wearing lots of different hats right now, and they are severely impacted. So helping them navigate, helping them get access to capital, helping them get the support that they need. These ecosystems are very busy. They operate all across the country, and they're doing their level best to make sure that our female entrepreneurs are supported. For those smaller businesses who may not want CEBA, that's what Community Futures and the regional development agencies are doing. In your region, COA, of course, is doing extraordinary work. And will we continue to adapt and continue to listen and make sure that businesses are supported? Absolutely. That's the approach all the way along, and it's going to continue being that approach.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you both. Mr. St. Marie is next, followed by Gord Johns. Gabriel?
Oui, merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you for your presence here this afternoon. I would also like to say a quick hello to all the representatives that are also here this afternoon to participate in this committee. I first have a question for you, Madam Minister. Is your government able to present an economic update by the end of the parliamentary session? In your opening remarks, you gave us a list of all the programs that were announced. There are a lot of them. So could we have an overall a view of what has been announced, what the expenses are, and what do you foresee for restarting the economy, and what does the economy look like right now? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Semri. It's really wonderful to see you here. And as my colleague, the finance minister, said, that he would be pleased to provide an update when we have more stability. But we've always committed to, during this extraordinary period, because it is an extraordinary period, we've always committed to being open and transparent about the support that we're providing to Canadians, to families, to businesses. Right now, $150 billion of direct support has gone out to, for this effort. And we will commit to continue to be open and transparent. That is what Canadians expect of us, and we will do that. And I know that the finance minister will be able to provide, as he said, an update when we have a bit more stability. Thank you so much.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I have a quick comment before I ask my next question. When we will have more stability, I think it'll be time to come up with a budget, keeping in mind restarting the economy. The parliamentary budget officer, when he appeared before this committee, said it's urgent. We absolutely need this. We need not a budget, but an economic update to follow up on the current situation. We've been in this crisis for weeks now. And in your speech, you underlined that very fact, and so I'm asking for that update. Now, my next question. On March 20th, the Prime Minister announced a plan to mobilize the industry sector to fight against COVID-19. To have a strategy in place to fight against COVID-19, a mobilization plan for the industry sector to fight against COVID-19. Some businesses took part in this. We heard about these businesses, but we haven't received an update at this committee of the results of this plan. Next week, we are starting a study on self-sufficiency and food chains. And so these informations are important to us. And so I have a series of questions about this plan. Do you have an idea of the amount that was invested in this plan coming from various departments? What has been the supply capacity of the businesses targeted by these plans? In normal times, would these businesses be able to upkeep this production while being financially stable, or was this plan an investment that was a one-time investment? And what is the surplus cost of making these products here rather than elsewhere? So those are a lot of questions. Please answer those that you're able to answer, and representatives from different departments may also answer as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samari. It's really remarkable. And I'm so proud to be a Canadian right now because we've had businesses who have stood up to retool their operations so that they can add to the fight against COVID-19 by retooling their shops in order to produce PPEs and the necessary equipment and supplies that we need during this period. Of course, wearing my other hat as the International Trade Minister, I have been working steadfastly with partners in our G20 countries, G7 countries, like-minded countries through organizations like the World Trade Organization to ensure that supply chains remain open, to particularly around medical supplies, key agricultural products, but that those supply chains continue to be open so that we can get the supplies in to our industries and to Canadians. Really, really important. And we know that that over 5,000 companies have stood up in our Made in Canada strategy of helping us through, all of us through this crisis with the production of equipment. With respect to the restart to the economy, COVID-19 has been experienced differently in different parts of the country. So expectedly, you see the restarts taking place in the approach, in a different phasing approach, as it will in each of the territories and provinces, probably just slightly differently. But the federal government has been working with jurisdictions to make sure that we take a coordinated approach so that in this restart, we are doing it carefully with the health and safety of Canadians at the forefront. We've asked Canadians, including ourselves, to make enormous sacrifices in the effort of flattening the curve and helping make sure that the health and safety of Canadians is our top priority. I think that a lot of sacrifices have been made. Certainly, impacts to businesses have been impacted because of this. So that restart is going to be done in coordination, in collaboration, and we're going to do it in a way where we are supporting our businesses as they go through this. With respect to sort of the specifics around the specific mobilization, I don't know if my deputy wants to add to that.
Mr. Kennedy, you got anything to add? Add it fairly quickly or a little over time.
Juste pour vous dire, ce sera un plaisir de retourner au.
Sound quality at the moment does not allow for interpretation. Interpretation services will resume.
Yes, sound quality isn't very good. Are you on French when you're speaking French? Do you know on the bottom there?
I am on. Sorry, I'm on off.
Okay. You see two little people there together. The next circle to it, put it on French if you're speaking French.
Okay, bon. Alors, juste pour indiquer.
Sound quality does not allow for interpretation. Mr. Kennedy has not selected the proper microphone.
Okay, we'll have to leave it for now. They can't pick you up,
Okay.
Deputy. It just doesn't seem to be working. We'll go to Gord Johns and then on to Mr. Cumming again. Gord, 6 minutes.
Oh, great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I'd like to ask questions of the Minister. Minister, can you tell us what percentage of small businesses does the government expect will go under in the next few months?
Well, thank you so much for this. Our job right from the get-go is to support our Canadian businesses. I think you've heard me say this publicly, saving business and saving jobs, that is what we are steadfastly
Just looking for a number.
Do
you have a number? Does the government have an analysis based on the current suite of rollout? Do they have a number of percentage of businesses that will be expected to go under?
Well, my focus and the government's focus is to keep supporting them.
Okay. To the Minister, Mr. Chair, on early April, my colleague, Mr. Julian, and I presented a proposal around the Canada Emergency Rent Relief Program to the government. We cited Australia as an excellent model where they're a federation like Canada. They were able to negotiate a rent eviction moratorium, and they put that in place. We were great and very happy and honored to see that the Prime Minister honored that proposal a week later. later. But 5 weeks after that, he still hasn't amended the part around an evictions moratorium. Has the minister put this as a priority in negotiations with the provinces? And or will she be doing that?
I'm really we have been working with the provinces and the territories on this program in respect of their jurisdiction, of course. I know that the Atlantic provinces have, some Atlantic provinces have implemented a moratorium on evictions. We, of course, continually will work with the provinces to make sure that that this program is going to be effective so that small businesses can get their 75% reduction.
Our concern is that the government didn't make it a priority, that actually they didn't hold the provinces to that when they negotiated this arrangement. You talk about Jay Sussman. Jay Sussman owns Taco Fino in Tofino. He's got about 10 small businesses throughout the province of BC. They're very important employers, and as tourism is a very important industry. Only one out of his 10 landlords is willing to play ball, which I think is really disappointing, considering that Jay closed his doors for public health, and now he's being expected to bear the brunt of 100% of the hit of COVID. What is the government going to do to get these landlords to the table? And the minister talked about the first step. Is the second step going to be a program to support Jay and many people like him where their landlords aren't going to play ball?
Well, I'm pleased that the application is open on Monday. I have, you've heard me say this, the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, how important it is to support these small businesses like Jay. They need to get supported with the 75% rent reduction. That's what this is about. And we're going to keep working on this. I think we have a track record of continuing to listen to businesses and our colleagues and working together so that we can, in fact, do what I think we all agree, which is to help those businesses.
We appreciate that. It's been 5 weeks. Time's running out for these people. We need the government to react quickly. They keep designing programs to make sure that, people... that they're complicated programs that cut people out instead of helping the people that need help the most. We've heard from Save Small Business. They did a survey. 67% of them said that the rent subsidy is most important to them. 54% say rent relief would save their business. This is pretty scary. Only a third of them actually believe their landlord's going to apply. So we need this fixed. We are hearing that the LEAF requirements are actually going to be, there's many obstacles to small business applying for these programs that you're rolling out, but less when it comes to the big corporations. So we're deeply concerned that the government is creating these obstacles for small business. Can you explain why the threshold is a 70% drop in business for the commercial rent assistance program instead of 30% like they did with the Canadian wage subsidy? We know anyone who's lost over 30% in revenue is going to have almost impossible chance of surviving this crisis.
Well, I want to start, thank you so much, Mr. Johns, but I want to start very first of all to thank the many hardworking civil servants who have steadfastly through this period of an enormously challenging period to step up and to do the incredible work that they have in supporting the government and indeed Canadians to make sure that programs have been designed, have been iterated, have been improved upon so that we can get that help out to Canadians. There is nothing more important to me than helping Canadian small businesses.
I appreciate the civil service too, Minister, but Minister,
the Minister has a little more. She has got about 40 seconds yet. Go ahead, Minister.
Well, nothing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing is more important to me than making sure that that support is there for small businesses. You heard me say that they are literally the dynamic backbone of our communities, and we're going to keep doing this work as we need to. The range of programs right now, helping them save their employees, helping them with some cash flow, making sure that they get the 75% rent support. That's what we're going to continue to do.
Time for one more question, Mr. Johns.
Okay, Minister, I don't think it's up to the public service to be determining the 70% drop in bit revenue or 30%. That's a political decision. And we're looking to you to fix that so that people don't fall through the cracks. The other part is the business account requirement. I've got a diner in my riding, Top Spot Diner. They've got $140,000 in payroll, and yet the government won't recognize them for many of the programs that they're rolling out, including the CEBA account. And this is happening in urban centers throughout the country as well that can't access any support. Will you fix this simple requirement? I think it's very important. You said that you're willing to look at this. You've done some work on CEBA and you've been listening on some of the changes, but this is a simple change. Will you fix it?
Madam Minister?
The answer is that we will continue to work with our small businesses to make sure that they are supported through this. The personal account is something that we already committed that we are going to do, and we're just sort of working through the final pieces to make sure that that's available to those hardworking entrepreneurs and business owners.
Okay, thank you both. Going on to a 5-minute round, Mr. Cumming and then Ms. Kotrakis. Mr. Cumming.
Great, thank you. And Madam Minister, I have some other questions for you. So on that personal account, when will it be put in place? We need more than a promise. We need a date. Businesses need certainty. What's the date?
As quickly and as fast as we can go.
Related to queues, so I'll think of this business that I'm sitting in today. She has contract employees that come in. Why would you not consider contract employees in the wage subsidy?
The wage subsidy is an important it's an important benefit to help our Canadian to help employers keep their employers and employees together. I would say that over 2 million Canadians already are being helped.
Will you consider contract employees within the CEWS program?
We're going to keep listening to businesses, and I really appreciate the input that we are getting from businesses, so that we can keep doing the work we need to do to help them.
So here's a business to listen to. Laura has had 2 storefront businesses, and she was on the verge of closure. Now she's pulled up her bootstraps, and she's been working hard to make sure that these businesses survive. She's finally to the point that she's reopening in a modified version, and she finds out that to get anybody out, her employees to come back, because she couldn't afford to keep them, went on to CERB. Now she wants them to come back. She can't give them enough hours, so she's not eligible for the wage subsidy. What advice would you give her?
Perhaps on that specific one, my office can get back to her on that. I didn't quite get sort of fully the question. My headphone just sort of just cut out for a second. Can you just repeat that for me?
She had to, because she had no revenue. So the wage subsidy didn't work. She didn't have the ability to pay 25% of the wages. Now she started to reopen. She can bring people back in, but she can only bring them in on a part-time basis. She will not be eligible. Her employees do not want to come back because they're on CERB, and they will gain too much income and will not be eligible for the wage subsidy.
Okay, so I understand that. So the wage subsidy does apply for workers who are being paid part-time. So that's absolutely that. There is the eligibility there. And you know, I just want to sort of say around CERB, just to remind people that CERB was put out in an effort to help Canadians flatten the curve by staying at home. It's a temporary benefit to help us all Canadians to do what we needed to do to flatten this curve. So the wage subsidy, as you know, is being extended, and we are going to continue to listen to businesses. I mean, we said that we're going to do that.
Understood, but in this specific example, this gives you an indication of why it's created some difficulty. So I want to move on. In many cases that you've referred people to other programs that are available. So there's the BCAP program, and specifically the EDC loan guarantees to 80%. Can you tell me how many loan guarantees have been issued through EDC for this program so we can see its effectiveness since it started in the middle of March or towards the end of March?
I don't have that number in front of me right now, and happy to get that back to you. But you know, that program is incredibly important. Also available through the financial institutions for those businesses that are the larger, smaller businesses or the medium-sized businesses that need loans up to up to $12 million is what that number is. But that's actually a combination between EDC and BDC.
So can you get back to us on that? Because if it's such a critical program, we should be able to see how effective it's been and how many people are dealing with it. Now, all these businesses are trying to start up now. can you tell me how much planning has been done to help them when they open, particularly when it is related to PPE and having those supplies available to the private sector at a reasonable cost so they can open their businesses again?
Well, very good question. I mean, you heard me talk earlier about how important it is to help and support businesses throughout this, and during the restart is no different. We have been working with the provinces to ensure that there is guidance, the appropriate guidance that is led through PHAC to make sure that that information gets out to businesses. The Canadian Health and Safety Canadian
Can I make it more specific? How many masks will be available? Because that seems to be the main thing that many of these businesses will be available to the private sector so they can open their businesses.
Well, my colleague, the procurement minister, has a supply council to which the chambers sit on and other businesses sit on. They're working through to ensure that the needs that are identified by business, but also other sectors, are taken into account so that we continue. The government of Canada continues to procure, and you heard me talk about the Made in Canada program of private sector standing up to create additional capability and supplies in the country, and this entire effort is to ensure that there is the adequacy out there for our Canadian businesses.
Sorry, James, we'll have to end it there. And I just would just suggest to the minister as well, maybe on the wage subsidy, other considerations need to be given. Is there some scenarios that you could go to a 50% wage subsidy rather than 75? It's just a thought. Maybe there's some other scenarios that need to be looked at as we go down the road rather than the straight 75%. Turning then to Ms. Koutrakis, 5 minutes, and then we'll go to one question from Mr. Cummings and one from Ms. Zerowit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister Ng, for your presentation today at the Finance Committee, and thank you for, I was listening very carefully to your opening statement, and the one that really caught my attention is how it's been a very, you heard from small business owners about the need to be flexible and balanced. So thank you very much on behalf of my constituents and the small businesses in the Vimy riding. It's really great that you and your colleagues and the civil servants have been so open and listening and changing as we need to change. It was a great segue to my colleague, Mr. Cummings, talking about the supply chain. So in the near future, the Finance Committee will be holding a panel on Canadian self-sufficiency and supply chains. This is an incredibly important issue to me. And with regards to our self-sufficient production and medical equipment and a Made in Canada solution to COVID-19. Can you comment on the steps this government has taken to ensure small businesses can play a role in Canadian medical self-sufficiency, whether that be through the production of PPE, medical equipment, testing kits, or eventually a vaccine for COVID-19, including potential export opportunities that you may see?
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that question. And small businesses absolutely are playing a role. Like I said earlier, over 5,000 businesses have stood up to be able to provide, retool to make whether it's masks or gowns or sanitizers, ventilators, and the range of other needs. So absolutely. I mean, those companies that are doing that include small and medium-sized companies, and around supply chains, it's really important that we continue to help our Canadian businesses so that they continue to be export ready and to continue exporting. It's why I have continued to do the work with countries in the G20, in the G7, through the CPTPP countries to ensure that we keep supply chains open. so that goods and services continue to move, particularly for those that are essential and that require the movement of those goods beyond our borders. We're going to make sure that we continue doing that work to support our Canadian businesses, particularly the small businesses, to access those customers and those opportunities, whether they are domestic or abroad. But right now, our focus has certainly been on making sure that Canadian companies absolutely have the support that they need to weather through this difficult period, and for those researchers and those innovators that are working together on the work needed. On the work to develop a vaccine, that's incredible, and we're supporting those innovative businesses and researchers. On companies that are retooling, we're absolutely supporting those companies, and those that are agricultural businesses that continue to move goods into across Canada, but into the international marketplace. We're also ensuring that they are supported, particularly through our incredible Trade Commissioner service at this time.
Fairly quick last question, Annie.
So some of these small businesses, many of them are exporting their goods. What are some of the unique challenges, Minister, that Canadian companies are facing during this pandemic and their new realities?
Well, I think that getting access to information about how they are able to continue doing their work in exporting is something that I'm really proud that the Trade Commissioner Service has been hands-on working with our Canadian small and medium-sized businesses to ensure that they can still do the exporting as they are, and that they're supported through our many missions across the world. I often say that the Trade Commissioner Service is Canada's best sales force, operating in 160 offices, and they're working virtually. They continue to help our Canadian exporters through this time.
Thank
you both. A single question, Mr. Cumming, and then a single question to Ms. Zerowitz, and we'll wrap it up. We got another panel in waiting.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Madam Minister, again for being here today. So we have the CEBA loan program, and I would tell you that most of the businesses I talk to is that may cover their deferrals. That may cover some of their costs that during this crisis. You have a rent program that's going to take care of their back rent. But the big issue here is as we start to see these businesses open, they will have virtually no working capital. So they'll be able to start, but they've got no ability to pay. They've got no ability to put inventory in place. What is the plan that you're working on to make sure that those businesses, when they reopen, have a shot at survival?
Such an important question, and you're absolutely right. My department and I talk to businesses, and this for sure has been raised with us. So I want to assure you that we are listening to those businesses, taking in sort of their needs and their needs for support, for additional support, and we're going to keep doing this work to make sure that they are supported not only during this pandemic crisis right now, but in their opening and in their restart.
I wouldn't wait too long.
Thank you both. And on that point, I think I've spoken to you about this before, Madam Minister. That may be an area that regional development agencies could look at. I know they don't provide working capital at the moment, but we've provided a lot more money to regional development agencies, and they need to be looking at the aspect of coming up with some working capital for these small businesses. Ms. Zerowitz, one question.
Yes, thank you. Thanks so much, Minister. Thanks for your extraordinary hard work during these last few weeks and months, and really appreciate all your efforts to support small businesses across Canada, especially your work to support women entrepreneurs. So thank you. I'm going to just follow on the line that Mr. Cumming was mentioning. We are having a lot of small businesses thinking about how they're going to be reopening. They know that they're going to have reduced capacity in the foreseeable future. One of the things we're noticing is that there is a real big difference between the digital capabilities of businesses. And I wonder whether you're starting to think about how we might be able to support small businesses in this area moving forward.
Thank you so much for that question. And the answer is yes, of course. And in fact, I'm drawing from some really good examples of what is happening already during this time. Those businesses that have been able to pivot and create a digital presence or a greater digital presence is able to deal with to offset some of the losses that they're getting because of closing their doors. I like telling this story. It's a great great women entrepreneur out of Atlantic, Canada. Business had only been open for 2 months, and it's a bakery business. She had to shut her doors, of course, because of the requirements. But here's what she did: she shut her doors. She has 5 employees. Used the wage subsidy to be able to pay those employees, half of whom are bakers. Managed to take the CEBA loan, and with that CEBA loan, paid the top up of the 25%, so her employees are whole. But she also invested in a new online ordering system, and a couple of her staff now are working on those order intakes and so forth. So she's managed to be able to get additional revenue to supplement what she's not able to do on her front door business. And that's but one example among many and many and many. So the answer is yes, and very much thinking about how we can further support businesses in this way. Thank you.
That's a good positive note to close on. But I do have, if I could put it this way, Madam Minister, a burr under my saddle on one issue, and you mentioned it in the beginning, and that's the CEBA, Canada Emergency Business Account, and the fact that people who use a personal checking account rather than a business account don't qualify. The executive branch has to find a way to deal with that. I mean, these people with a personal checking account, they may have did it because it was cheaper for them in the beginning and they started that way and maintained it. So they do have a bank account. It's just not the more expensive business account. They probably have T4s. Most of them do. I know one who puts out $87,000 in T4s. So they can show the T4s. They can show their CRA account, and they can provide the income tax documents. They should qualify. So I'd say, let's get it done. On that, I thank you very much for the information you provided, for answering our questions, and for appearing before the committee today, and wish you and your staff and the others around you, the department, much success moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you so very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
With that, we will suspend for a couple of minutes while we've got eight in the next panel, so we're really going to have to tighten it up. So we'll suspend for a couple of minutes. Thank you. Meeting suspended. Meeting to order. It's meeting number 30, panel number 2 out of 3 today of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance. Just for the record, pursuant to the order of reference of Tuesday, March 24th, the committee is meeting on the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and we will forego the rest of the formalities and go straight to our witnesses. I would ask witnesses to try and hold their remarks to 5 minutes. It's unusual for us to have 8 witnesses, but we have in this panel a lot of interest. And so if you can hold your remarks to 5 minutes, that'd be helpful so that we can get enough rounds of questions in. So we'll start with the Canadian Jurors Commission, Marc Ferrand, Chief Executive Officer. Mr. Ferrand, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable members of the Finance Committee, for the opportunity to appear before you once again. I'd like to take a moment to recognize the incredible work of this committee during this global catastrophe, and thank you on behalf of all Canadians. I'm here today to discuss the looming crisis within our courthouses, threatening our justice system and the democracy of our citizens. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted every industry and sector like nothing in our history. The system are no exception. The closure of courthouses across the country as part of the emergency public health measures has created an enormous backlog of criminal cases, delaying trials and due process. Once regular court operations resume, there will be an unprecedented requirement for impaneling juries. And while appearing for a summons is mandatory, I feel many Canadians will be very reluctant to do so. Recently, several Supreme Court justices raised concerns about the timeliness of trials.
Mark, I will have to get you to, here I told you to take 5 minutes, but I'll have to get you to slow down a little. It's really difficult for translators under this fashion.
Okay.
So slow down a little, please. Thanks. Not a problem.
My apologies. Supreme Court justices raised concerns about the timeliness of trials once courts resume, especially with respect to criminal and civil trials. I second these concerns, along with the expectations being placed upon potential jurors. Extremely resistant and unwilling to respond to a jury summons in the post-pandemic environment, many Canadians will not be equipped to serve on a lengthy trial so soon after the crisis. Yet this will be the expectation. Transitioning out of a period of unemployment, layoffs, and tenuous employment, the focus will now be on their jobs and availability for work. Many will be experiencing financial hardships not seen in decades and still have family care commitments that will not have expired. Also worried about their own personal health, they will be fearful of close proximity to others in court and the confinement of jury duty. The fears of infection will be starkly elevated amongst our senior citizens, of which there is often a large proportion who sit on juries. Canadian workplaces will be less willing or sympathetic to support employees during time spent in court, given their own economic fragility and desire to revitalize operations, putting mounting pressure on employees to respect their employers over their summons. This current crisis will only serve to compound and deepen the foundational concerns for jury duty raised by the Canadian Juries Commission when we first appeared before you on February 6, 2020. Jury duty is the last mandatory civic duty, and failure to show for a summons is punishable by fine or imprisonment. Yet I fear Canadians will be forced to make terrible choices between safety, duty, and fines. Jurors are an integral component of the court, but unlike the judge, legal counsel, court staff, police, and first responders are not afforded access to new and evolving evidence-based treatments. The jury is not. Alarming data has emerged during the pandemic, highlighting the significant worsening of Canadians' mental health, raising concerns amongst healthcare professionals of a looming echo mental health crisis. The recent announcement by the federal government of significant mental health investments to address this present challenge must be met with similar funding for jury duty. Juror mental health requires a specific intervention through evidence-based assessment and treatments and trauma-informed approaches, and so too must be given the same priority and made available to all regions of the country, such as the mandate of the Canadian Juries Commission. Given the deep concerns for jury duty, the Canadian Juries Commission would like to highlight the services we have in development now, which will provide critical support to the provinces and territories managing juries, courthouses, and support for jurors themselves. Our digital application will be made available to all Canadians free of cost, providing much needed information about jury duty, procedure, and mental health solutions with connections to practitioners and programs. It will be available in both official languages as well as Indigenous languages and others where appropriate. Our online mental health, first aid, and crisis management training for courthouses, court staff, and officers managing jurors will be available across the country in order to fulfill a critical need. As Canadians begin to return to work, our Jury Duty Workplace Toolkit will assist employers and managers to help support employees as they transition through jury duty. Our much needed juror peer support network is modeled after the successful programs used by first responders, the military, and veterans, and has peer counselors on standby awaiting training. Our evidence-based assessment and clinical treatment programs in partnership with organizations like CAMH and the Canadian Mental Health Association will provide trauma-informed supports across the country following clinical best practices. Honorable members, these are solutions that are needed now. These are solutions we can implement in time to meet the demand when courthouses reopen in the fall. We were honored to be included in this committee's first report among recommendations to the Ministry of Finance to provide $20 million in funding over 10 years to the Canadian Juries Commission to support juror mental health. The Canadian Juries Commission respectfully asks the members of the Standing Committee on Finance to champion your unanimous recommendation to provide 10 years of stable funding and funds now for the Commission so that as courthouses reopen after the COVID crisis, our programs can meet the needs of Canadians serving on juries. We hereby also request that jury duty be added to the list of federal essential services to combat COVID-19 as part of Canada's post-COVID recovery efforts. This will send the right message to all Canadians and build confidence in the system. Thank you for allowing me to appear before you once again today.
Thank you very much, Mark. Turning then to the Fish, Food and Allied Workers, Mr. Sullivan, President, and I believe Mr. Diaz is with him as well. Mr. Sullivan, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. And of course, let me know if there's any problems with the audio. The Fish, Food and Allied Workers Union, Unifor, represents 15,000 working women and men throughout Newfoundland and Labrador. Most of our members are employed in the fishing industry and are spread out in more than 500 communities in every region of the province. 10,000 in fish harvesting and 3,000 in fish processing. COVID-19 has had a devastating impact on our province's fishing industry. Many fisheries have been delayed by more than a month at what would have been the beginning of valuable crab and lobster seasons due to safety concerns related to the pandemic. Now that fisheries are up and running in Newfoundland, market challenges are severely impacting incomes. To put it in context, last year's fishery was worth $1.5 billion to the economy. The snow crab fishery alone was valued at more than $350 million at the dock. Losses related to the pandemic could amount to hundreds of millions of dollars, and this is devastating for coastal communities. Workers continue to be concerned about safety on the job and about how a shortened season will impact their income. Both harvesters and plant workers rely on employment insurance to supplement income during the off-season. For harvesters, these EI benefits are based on earnings, not insurable hours. With most harvesters expecting a significant decline in earnings this year, many were rightfully worried about qualifying for benefits once the fishing season ends, and were relieved to hear the federal government's announcement last week of changes to fishing EI so that harvesters can use previous year's earnings to qualify in 2020, in addition to the new wage subsidy and grant for fish enterprise owners. It'll be important to ensure that these programs are implemented to achieve intended goals and harvesters don't fall through the cracks. Consideration must be given to fishing enterprises that are severely impacted or have no opportunity at all to sell their catch. Processing workers face similar struggles. Those workers who rely on EI benefits and were left out of the recent federal announcement for harvesters. Like harvesters, processing workers are on the front lines, working to provide fresh, high-quality seafood to domestic and international markets, feeding coastal communities and supporting many fishing families. Given the delays in the season and market challenges which have limited the amount of seafood we will process and export, many processing workers may see reduced work and income, thus may not have enough hours to qualify for adequate EI benefits to carry them through next year. These workers will need support from the government, either by an extension to CERB or through changes to seasonal EI, similar to the recent changes to fishing EI, that will ensure they can qualify based on last year. The inshore fishery is the primary economic driver in the majority of our coastal communities. Jobs in the fishery provide good middle-class incomes in rural communities, which is why support for the industry in the short term is so critical. Protecting and promoting a fishery that serves communities, addresses challenges in food security, provides good wages and safe workplaces. These must be priorities for all levels of government and all stakeholders in our industry if we want to come out of this pandemic with vibrant and sustainable coastal communities and an economy where no one's left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, and my apologies for not getting you on last week when all the other fish organizations were on. We had already had the slate was full, if I could put it that way. Turning then to Healthcare Canada, Healthcare Can, Paul-Emile Cloutier and Mr. Wouters. Are we there, Mr. Cloutier?
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah. Okay, you're on.
Okay, so I'll start over again. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and many thanks to the committee for the opportunity to present to you today. I'm joined by my colleague, Dr. Brad Wouters of UHN, who can take part in any detailed questions you may have during the questions and answer period. I would like to start with the general but very important observation regarding all the organizations I represent. Does the Government of Canada consider the research hospital network and their research institutes on an equal footing with the private sector? Our network is a major economic driver, and its research brings tremendous value to public health and to Canadians. The second question that I would put to you is, are we really prepared to do some soul searching and review our practices vis-a-vis a health system that has shown obvious weaknesses, a lack of national coordination, a major financial crisis, and depleted human resources? When Canadians think of healthcare institutions, they think of life-saving care delivered to those who need it and available when they need it. That is true, and it is important. Indeed, it is the foundational. But there's another side to Canada's community of healthcare institutions that is well less understood. Canada's healthcare institutions are world-class hubs for research, innovation, and commercialization in the field of health. Research institutes based in healthcare are developing answers to the great questions of the day, working at the bleeding edge of discipline that run the gamut from precision genomics to population health. Healthcare institutions across Canada are a major economic force in Canada, employing over 650,000 employees, 8,000 to 10,000 scientists, and 60,000 research staff and students. That workforce supplies the raw talent for Canada's $7.8 billion biotech industry and generates untold knock-on economic benefits for Canada. The federal funding for wage support announced by the government last Friday was met with great relief by the health research community and may have avoided the loss of up to 15,000 jobs in May alone. We are sincerely grateful for the government's consideration and foresight in this matter. Canada's healthcare organizations have taken extraordinary steps to provide care to Canadians throughout this pandemic. The steps that have been taken require major investments and incurred unforeseen expenses. The federal government has been highly responsive to Canadian businesses and has not hesitated to take steps to mitigate their significant financial losses. The healthcare system, including long-term care and home care, should and must receive equal attention from the Government of Canada. The Canadian hospital system must be given access to contingency assistance program, and what's more, this decision must be viewed as one that will be carried out in the future. With a projected deficit of $250 billion, what does the future hold for Canada's healthcare system and all the researchers who support it? We cannot afford to gamble on the future. The health of Canadians deserves more than a debate between governments in a power struggle that too often proves unproductive and ineffective. And with that in mind, Mr. Chair, I would ask the committee to consider the role the federal government should play in striking a better balance across jurisdictions in order to support health system reeling from the epidemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Turning then to MNP, Ms. Litter and Ms. Drever. I'm not sure who's up.
Should I take myself off of mute?
Go ahead.
Please let me know. Please let me know if this is clear enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Merci. It's an honor for Kim and I to address you in the House of Commons Finance Committee on the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And we appreciate the opportunity to be back and to see familiar faces despite the circumstances that we find ourselves in. Thank you for your continued leadership. The quick response by the government has been welcomed. The steps that lie ahead are just as important as those already taken. MNP is a leading national accounting, tax, and business consulting firm. As the largest professional services firm headquartered in Canada, we have a unique vantage point with which to see the challenges facing Canadians and Canadian businesses. In our capacity as trusted advisors to 180,000 private enterprises and small business clients and 19,000 farms from coast to coast to coast, we have seen firsthand how challenging the last two and a half months have been and the difficult road that still lies ahead of all of us. Inspired by the concept in disaster recovery of Build Back Better, we are here today to discuss tangible measures to kickstart Canada's economic recovery and get people back to work. While the Build Back Better is technically referenced in the context of critical infrastructure like bridges and dams, there is little more critical than the economic well-being and confidence of every Canadian. Every aspect of Canadian life has been impacted by COVID-19. As Canadians begin venturing out from the last 60 days spent under public health orders, everyday actions as simple as turning a doorknob are looked at with suspicion and nervousness. According to a recent poll, over 50% of Canadians find it stressful to even leave the house. In our submission, we outline an action plan for today and for the future. The first phase includes steps that will tackle the crisis of confidence facing Canadian businesses while ensuring that Canadians can return to work safely and the economic environment is one that they can trust and believe in. Many businesses will have to retrofit their spaces to adapt to the evolving circumstances. As well, families will have to modify their homes to care for aging parents and adapt to working from home. Introducing a refundable tax credit for costs associated with commercial, industrial, and residential modifications will help create safer, more efficient building infrastructure, and it will also stimulate consumer spending. Families that are already straddled with significant personal debt and the reduction of available jobs have students and their parents wondering whether they can still afford post-secondary studies. We recommend that the annual tuition transfer cap be eliminated, allowing supporting parents to claim full tuition costs. This will increase access to post-secondary studies for cash-strapped families. And as our economy stabilizes, we recommend creating a temporary system modeled after the home buyers plan, where Canadians can access some of their funds in their RRSPs, like a rainy day fund, without facing immediate and punitive tax consequences. Governments across Canada acted quickly to help Canadians, and for that, we are all grateful. From St. Patrick's Day to May long weekend, we saw 300 programs, grants, deferrals, subsidies, loans, and other measures announced by the federal, provincial, and territorial governments with the express purpose of stabilizing the economy in the face of the public health crisis. And there are still some items to clarify with respect to the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy Program. If you take, for example, a flower shop in Ottawa that's decided to purchase a second location in Cornwall. If they had bought the shares of that second location, that business would be eligible for the CEWS and could retain their employees. If instead the Ottawa location decided to buy the assets of the second location, the business would not be eligible for the CEWS program. And it's important to remember that these are emergency programs. They were not designed as long-term economic recovery programs. If done in a gradual way, phasing out current emergency programs such as a CEWS and the Canada Emergency Response Benefit will ensure Canadians can build back a robust and growing economy. The CEWS phase-out could target businesses that are still under public health orders to remain closed, or those most severely impacted by the pandemic, or decrease the subsidy percentage from 75% over time. We know businesses with a rainy day fund were less reliant on the emergency programs and were able to maintain their employees with limited support. The current tax rules penalize small to medium-sized Canadian businesses for maintaining cash and investments over a certain amount. It is imperative that this limit be increased to ensure businesses can weather future challenges. And lastly, there has been much written about Canadian debt loads. We are taking on more debt at the household level and across all orders of government. At M&P, we've completed a quarterly consumer debt index, and in our March 2020 study, nearly half of Canadians are concerned about being close to insolvency. It is our recommendation that future economic recovery programs consider the concerns of impending deferred debt obligations and incentivize real economic growth and job creation. We need a strong foundation and framework for recovery. Thank you for your important work.
Thank you very much, Ms. Litter. Turning to Stratford Festival, Ms. Stevenson and Ms. Gaffney. The floor is whoever's taking it.
It's Carol Stevenson. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the committee for inviting us here today. The Stratford Festival's Executive Director, Anita Gaffney, is with me today and is also available to answer any questions. We would both ask that you think of the Stratford Festival as a business, because it's the way we see ourselves. Ours is a $65 million company that sells its product to the world. This product, which is unparalleled in North America, with featured artists like Colin Theor, Martha Henry, Maggie Smith, and Christopher Plummer, has attracted almost 29 million visitors to Southwestern Ontario over the past 67 years. The Stratford Festival attracts a diverse audience, and while they come from around the world, it is significant that 25% come annually from the United States. These are people who return to Stratford, to Canada, year after year, generation after generation, boosting our tourism economy, and proving that when you do something of value, it has a lasting impact. In the Stratford Festival's case, that impact is $130 million a year in economic activity, verified by the Conference Board of Canada. The Stratford Festival was founded in 1952 to save the town from economic disaster when it lost its major industry. It worked, and it continues to work. The festival has grown to become the marquee tourism event in the multi-million-dollar tourism industry of Southwestern Ontario. It's the largest not-for-profit theatre in North America. It presents 700 performances of 15 productions on 4 stages. It attracts 500,000 people a year. It employs 1,000 people and creates 2,400 more full-time equivalent jobs and supports hundreds of small businesses in the region. It drives $55 million in taxes to the 3 levels of government annually, and it has the highest level of earned revenues at 94% and the lowest level of government support at 6% in the not-for-profit performing arts industry. So not only is the festival a major attraction, it really does operate as a business, but it's also good for business. It's a key attractor used for medical and corporate recruitment and by regional economic development departments. When I was the dean at Ivy, I touted the festival quite a bit in my efforts to recruit top talent, and I know that I was certainly not alone in that. I can attest to the fact that the Stratford Festival is extremely fiscally responsible. And I say this as a business leader. It pains all of us to be in this position. It's not our usual manner, and one that we will not become accustomed to. But because of this pandemic, a business model that has worked for decades has been turned on its head. Without ticket sales, the festival's unique ability to be 94% self-funding becomes a unique vulnerability, forcing us to turn to government for its very survival. And the festival's survival is vital. It would not simply be a profound cultural blow to lose the festival. Stratford Mayor Dan Matheson has said it would have a catastrophic impact on the community, causing the loss of more than 3,400 jobs and decimating the downtown core. It's essential to save the festival, and we have taken a number of immediate steps to help stabilize the organization. We have launched a ticket donation campaign. We have reduced overhead expenses. We have instituted a 50% salary reduction for the executive director and artistic director. We have drawn from our endowment. We have accessed the CEWS. We have accessed a $6 million line of credit from our bank. And we have launched a fundraising campaign to support our recovery. Even with all these efforts, there is a shortfall of $20 million. We need the help of government to close this gap. We are committed to raising $12 million in private sector donations, and we ask government to contribute $8 million through a combination of a grant and a loan. With the support of the government, we can continue to generate jobs, economic activity, and tax revenues well into the future. In exchange, we promise a tremendous return on investment, both culturally and economically. $8 million is, after all, just 15% of the $55 million in taxes that we generate annually. Granting this urgent request will protect 3,400 jobs, stimulate the regional economy by at least $135 million annually, and preserve the international prestige of this world-renowned Canadian theatre. Thank you very much, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stevenson. Turning then to the Globe and Mail, Mr. Crowley, publisher, president, and CEO.
Hello, thank you for asking me to speak today. And I've been publisher and CEO of the Globe for the last 21 years. I'm also co-chair of Canadian Press, so I'm wearing two hats today. The Globe is privately held by Woodbridge, which is the holding company for the Thompson family. They've owned media since the early days of Roy Thompson in the 1930s, and I worked for him and his son Ken in the UK when they owned some of the leading titles there. Now the third generation, in the shape of David Thompson, chairman, is in charge. One common factor across all those decades is the principle of editorial independence is respected. Our proprietor doesn't dictate what we publish or what causes we support. And the Thompsons have an enduring belief in the value of journalism that makes a difference. They own the Globe because they think it can make a contribution to Canada. The cornerstone of our business is not advertising, which is a revenue stream that shrinks each year. No, the present and the future of the Globe is founded on readers and users paying for our content. More than 60% of our revenue comes from subscriptions, print and digital, and advertising revenue is now only 33%. To keep on growing our subscriptions, we invest in editorial talent. The best reporters, columnists, designers, data scientists support that business goal. At a time like this, when expert comment and analysis on the pandemic is in high demand, we rely on the wisdom of journalists like Andre Picard. We have the best team of health and science writers in the country. Normally, we would put that reporting behind the paywall to drive subscriptions. But at the start of the pandemic crisis, we made a decision to open up our paywall. We felt that it was important for all Canadians to be able to access that content for free. So our audience doubled in April as a result, and we had our highest ever traffic levels on our websites. That means we sacrificed revenue, but we built trust with our audience. In the current climate, being able to rely on accurate information is the key priority for many Canadians. We are one of a small number of publishers around the world who have transitioned successfully to a business model that's based on premium content. The majority of our revenue comes from 120,000 digital subscribers and the 110,000 print subscribers who currently pay to consume our journalism. And because only a third of our revenue comes from advertising, the consequence is we did not qualify in March for the government's new wage subsidy scheme. April revenue went down further, and May will be about the same on the advertising front, so it remains to be seen if we become eligible. In their latest results announced last week, Post Media stated that they expect to receive 20 to 22 million in wage subsidy from March the 15th through to June the 6th. Torstar, the second largest group, expects to collect $18 million in the same period. So for many in our industry, this is welcome and substantial assistance from the government. But let's be clear, the long-term outlook for the Globe and many others has darkened because of the pandemic. Print advertising revenue, once the backbone of newspapers, will go into accelerated decline. Some companies have been reporting a 20% annual drop in print advertising revenue, and that was pre-pandemic. For our new fiscal, starting in September, the Globe is forecasting a drop of 32% year on year in print advertising. That's many millions of dollars of high margin revenue. And we won't be the biggest victims in Canada. So we've been cutting costs over the last few months to minimize layoffs. And I've suggested schemes to Heritage, like a rebate on our printing costs or a subsidy on the fees that all the leading media companies pay each month to Canadian Press. The broadcasting industry has received additional support, and I argue that targeted support measures for the news publishing industry are likewise needed to help publishers weather the storm. The newspaper industry is disappointed by the small amount of money spent so far by the federal government from its $30 million COVID-19 awareness campaign. So far, the Globe has received only $81,000 out of that $30 million. By contrast, the Ontario government has spent nearly $1.5 million with the Globe and Mail in the last 2 months on its health awareness campaign. And that was a deal done within 24 hours and implemented immediately. You are no doubt aware that all Canada's major publishers signed an open letter earlier this month calling on Ottawa to address the inherent unfairness of a system where the global platforms enjoy exemption from sales tax in Canada while paying nothing for the journalism content that they use. The lack of protection for the copyright of our most valuable asset, our content, is a well-known problem. Tax and trade treaties with Washington are no small barriers to solving these issues, but even in the USA, the Publishing Industry Association is asking Congress to enable newspapers to bargain with Google and Facebook on a level playing field. If you value the contribution that newspapers like the Globe and Mail make to the democratic debate, and you want to see them survive the current crisis and be healthy, I suggest it's time you pay urgent attention to these inequities. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer questions later.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crawley. Jerry Diaz, I have you down here twice. I have you once with the Fish, Food and Allied Workers and once with Unifor. I'm not sure if you've got anything you want to add or not, but I'll give you the floor for a couple of minutes. Your mic's off, Jerry.
I was just imitating Philip Crawley there for a second. My name is Jerry Dias, and I'm here on behalf of Unifor, Canada's largest labor union in the private sector. And I appreciate having the opportunity to speak with you today. Look, we're living in extraordinary times. A public health crisis, which has already claimed the lives of 6,000 people in Canada, has spiraled into a deep and painful economic slowdown. Millions today are unemployed, many afraid to go back to work. Not a day passes that I am not grateful for our frontline workers. I am grateful for those in health and long-term care, in retail, in our transport and logistic industries, risking their lives for our well-being, despite low pay and still lacking needed PPE. As our country stared down economic catastrophe earlier on, Unifor called on the federal government to act boldly and quickly. Despite some early missteps, the government acted on and adjusted key policy programs appropriately. And there have been many, including the Canadian Emergency Wage Subsidy, federal transfers to incentivize premium pay for low-wage workers also filled a major need. The Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, for instance, picked up for the lack of our employment insurance system, which is evidently broken and in desperate need of repair. I am glad that the CERB moved money into people's pockets so quickly. It will serve as a case study for better income assistance. However, the CERB has flaws that need fixing. At the top of that list is for Ministers Morneau and Qualtrough, who allow employer-paid and Service Canada registered supplemental unemployment benefits, or SUB, alongside CERB. It is ludicrous that the ministers are denying hundreds of thousands of workers additional income supports, some as much as $500 and $600 per week, that employees are ready, willing, and able to pay. Our union has been beating this drum for workers in major sectors like auto, aerospace, steel, rail, healthcare, public services, amongst others. Employers, if you can imagine, are themselves lobbying the government, asking to pay these funds, all to no avail. Fixing this will cost our public purse precisely nothing. Yet the answer has consistently been no. This does not make a stitch of sense. Affected workers are outraged. This committee should be as well. It's a no-brainer. It takes a simple regulatory fix that we proposed more than a month ago. I'm asking this committee today to get this matter resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Can you send the clerk that regulatory fix that you've proposed there? I don't think we've seen it. Then before
Absolutely.
Before I turn to Dr. Robson, just to give a heads up to committee members, I will go to 4.5-minute rounds for the whole series in order to get as many members on as we can today. We'll start with Mr. Cooper, then Mr. Fragascatis, Mr. St. Marie, and Mr. Julian in the first round. So with that, as an individual, Dr. Jennifer Robson, Associate Professor, Carleton University. Dr. Robson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee for the opportunity to join you today. COVID-19 has not hit all Canadians equally, whether in health or economic effects. My remarks today will focus on two such forms of inequalities that I think are particularly relevant to the work of this committee: inequalities in information and in household financial resources. These have mattered during the crisis, and they will continue to matter during the economic reopening and eventual rebuilding. Too many Canadians find government programs confusing, and they are confusing. Online FAQs and call centers are no substitute for personalized information and guidance. And I don't have to tell you as MPs how important it is that Canadians have access to local, accessible, and accurate help to use government programs. You and your constituency teams have been playing a vital role in connecting people to the help that they need. But you can't do it all. No one network can. We need to build a properly resourced web of nonprofit services to answer questions, problem solve, and advocate for clients who can't do it themselves. As I said to your colleagues in the Standing Committee on Human Resources, I would encourage the committee to look at the Citizens Advice Bureaus in the United Kingdom or the Financial Empowerment Centers in the United States for ideas of the kinds of networks that could be possible. 1/3 of Canadians came into this crisis without enough liquid financial savings to pay for even a poverty line standard of living, let alone their usual level of consumption, for even a month. A bit of additional liquidity in the form of mortgage and tax deferrals will have helped some. But part of the rebuilding phase is going to have to be rebuilding household finances. And I hope members of this committee will work with colleagues to find better tools to help households reduce debt and build emergency savings. Passive tax incentives alone will not work, nor will austerity. In fact, austerity will only further reduce consumer confidence and demand amongst the households with the greatest marginal propensity to consume. Let me close with some brief observations on the temporary income support measures as we enter a new transition phase. The committee will have heard from senior officials in government that there is much that we can't do as fast or as we should be able to do, or even at all, because our government IT systems cannot handle rapid changes or fine-grained exceptions to general rules. Many Canadians are going to continue to need income support for the next while because reopening is gradual and it's going to be uneven by region, by sector, and frankly, by gender. We have to hope that the emergency wage subsidy will mean that some share of layoffs won't become permanent. I am concerned by the lower than projected uptake of the subsidy so far, but I'm pleased that the government has extended the eligible period for this program. That is the right thing to do. We want to incentivize work, but work that is safe to do. The CERB will have to be wound down gradually and adjusted for differences in labor market opportunities. But the same challenges of coverage and speed in processing that plagued employment insurance at the start of this crisis have not been magically resolved in the intervening time. When thinking about this next phase of financial support, I worry that we will again be faced with trade-offs between making speedy payments with minimal variations and making payments more slowly but adjusting for individual differences in labor market earnings. We can, however, try to reconcile speed and variation in individual payments if we continue to trust Canadians and accept declarations and attestations with strong backstops and file review and recovery of funds, instead of holding payments until records of employment and other traditional forms of third-party verification are received. Going forward, investments in systems such as e-payroll or better access to real-time economic and financial data would reduce the reporting burden on Canadians, address fears of fraud, and allow public programs to be far more nimble and responsive. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Robson, and thank you to all the witnesses. When we have a panel such as this, which is a mixture, I think even for you, we see the complexity of the Canadian economy, and witnesses sometimes tell me when we do things this way, it is interesting. You know, we all tend to operate in silos. It's interesting for them to see some of the problems of others in their area of responsibility. So with that, we'll go to 4.5-minute questions and try and keep it very tight if we could to get as many questions in. Mr. Cooper, we'll start with you, followed by Mr. Fragiskatis. Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the witnesses. A very interesting panel. I'm going to direct my questions to Mr. Ferrand. Mr. Ferrand, first of all, thank you for your advocacy for juror supports. As you note, jury service is the last mandatory form of civic duty, and jurors play a fundamental role in the administration of justice across Canada. Now, it was a unanimous recommendation of this committee during pre-budget consultations to provide the Canadian Juries Commission with $20 million over 10 years, which in the context of a federal budget is at best a rounding error. Can you just speak to the need for the urgency of that funding in the face of COVID?
Thank you for the question. We have written to all of the attorney generals across the country, provinces and territories, and heard back from a number of them about their deep concerns for jury duty when the courthouses reopen. There will be an enormous groundswell of cases coming to courthouses, deeply concerning cases, and Canadians are not in a position to accept a jury summons. The last thing on Canadians' minds during economic fragmentation and unemployment and job insecurity is going to be responding to a summons. So we have heard from those provinces and territories. I received a letter just the other day from the Attorney General of the Northwest Territories looking forward to working with us and recognizing the need to ensure that due process can continue and that jurors can return to the courthouse with appropriate health and safety measures in place. But really, there a desperate need for programs such as ours to ensure that mental health is maintained. The foundational issues that we raised committee haven't gone away. In fact, like I said, they're going to be compounded and deepened by this crisis. Canadians will be coming out of this crisis with post-pandemic shock, most likely, and deepening levels of depression and anxiety. So our mental health platform is desperately needed.
Thank you for that. And you noted in your answer that you have been engaging with attorneys general across Canada and did receive responses from several, including the Attorney General of the Northwest Territories. I guess one of the inhibitors in terms of your ability, the Commission's ability to work with some of the provincial and territorial governments is a lack of funding. Isn't that right?
That's correct. There are scant resources available to jurors across the country. There isn't a national organization until now, the organization I founded, that speaks on behalf of jurors and represents them at the table in justice discussions and within the justice community. There is a need for this service, and there is a need for a voice, and there is a need for an organization that can work on behalf of Canadians serving jury duty, which is an enormous responsibility, and working with them as they transition out of that service back into the community and returning to their lives. And working with Canadian workplaces is one of our core pillars. We know that workplaces have had very passive support for jury duty at best in the pre-times, I guess we can call it. Post-COVID-19, they're going to be extremely unwilling to support jury duty because of the revitalization efforts for their own businesses.
Fairly a quick question, Michael, and a quick answer.
Okay, well, maybe just to sum up, can you identify some of the key gaps that the Canadian Juries Commission seeks to fill in terms of juror supports? Why they're important to be filled?
There are inconsistencies in mental health services available to jurors across the country. There are still provinces that have no services available to jurors at all following their jury duty service. There's inconsistent workplace support. Jury pay is not sufficient to balance unemployment and job insecurity across the country. We know that jury pay has not kept pace with the modern world. In some provinces like Ontario, for example, you're not even paid for the first 10 days of your jury duty service. Employers are obligated to maintain your job during jury duty, but they're not obligated to pay you. Continue your salary.
Thank you both. Thank you. Turning to Mr. Fragascatas, followed by Mr. St. Marie. Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Stratford Festival, and I wanted to start with Ms. Stevenson, if I could. Carol, thank you very much for appearing today, and what an insightful presentation. I think you put your finger on a number of different issues, but it's striking to me that as someone who has, in your case, you've served as dean at the Ivey Business School, you've been vice president of Bell Canada, president of BCE Media, you've been on the board of directors of GM Canada, among other things. You come at this from a business perspective. Here's someone making the case to the federal government to get behind an arts organization. As you yourself said in your opening, the festival sees itself as a business. Can you make the case once again in terms of why the federal government ought to get behind the festival, not because of the obvious intrinsic importance of the arts in our lives, but from a very straightforward business perspective? The case, I know you outlined it, but tell us again your view on this, because I think you touched on a number of issues, but the economic importance of getting behind the arts is you're underlining it, and it's become very clear that it's an important thing to do.
Well, I think if I take it from an economic impact perspective, that's probably the best business case. And I mentioned about $135 million in southwestern Ontario. But I mentioned the number of businesses that actually are supported. Think of the B&Bs, the hotels, the restaurants, small business. There are so many ancillary businesses that really thrive because of the festival's presence and the 500,000 people that come to this area and to Canada from outside of Canada. So economic impact is huge. The second thing that I think is important as a business person is that it is important to have good cultural amenities to attract top talent. And I know as a country, we're always working hard to attract the top talent. And my experience, and I think if you look at the technology sector or any other sector, this is one important critical piece in the attraction tool. So it's a multifaceted business impact, Peter, as well as it is a business unto itself. But I think Canada and certainly southwestern Ontario is well served by the business impact and the economic impact of the festival.
Thank you very much. $8 million in the form of a grant and a loan. How would that be used exactly by the festival?
Well, on the grant side, we'd like to use that as a matching gift or matching stimulus to the private sector. My experience in fundraising is that the private sector responds very well to incentives, and I know that they think it's important that government supports us in this important time. So it would be an incentive to get more private fundraising. And then it's also good leverage of the government money because you get more investment from the private sector. So it works two ways. And then the loan side is really just to get us through this urgent period. It's a cash situation. I outlined at the very beginning the number of things that we had done very quickly off the mark to save cash. So it's a liquidity issue.
Understood.
So that would be the use.
Okay.
No, quick one, Peter.
Thank you very much. To Ms. Gaffney. Ms. Gaffney, nice to see you again. I remember in better times visiting the festival, and we were there together, but it's great to have you here virtually. Simply put, what does Stratford look like without the festival?
It looks like a ghost town. It's main streets of empty stores and lots of parking, and a massive impact on the business community here. And it's not just the hotels and B&Bs and those that you might directly think, oh yeah, those are people that work in tourism. It's the industries that support tourism. It's the construction. It's all this. It's accountants. It's lawyers. It's all the services. It has a massive impact on not just Stratford, but Southwestern Ontario. In research that we've done, we see that about 95% of the visitors who come to this region are coming principally for the Stratford Festival. So we know that this is a major catalyst, and we look for the support. Thank you.
Thank you all. Mr. Saint Marie, followed by Mr. Julian. Gabriel.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank all the witnesses for the presentations. My questions are for Mr. Diaz. I would like us to discuss the additional benefit for unemployment. I called the Department of Finance and I was told that they did not want to move. I questioned the finance minister on the phone and I got the same answer. Yesterday, I questioned the president of the Treasury Board in the House, and I only had some laconic answers, some vague answers. Mr. Diaz, can you explain what the issue is with this additional unemployment benefit, and what solutions do you offer? Thank you.
Saying that if you receive a supplemental unemployment benefit, then it's not eligible under CERB. So auto workers, for example, like I have 50,000 members that have SUB top-ups in case of unemployment, including workers that work for the federal government. So let me give you an example. Because of the pandemic, instead of our workers who were laid off going on unemployment insurance, they went on CERB. So right off the bat, they took a $73 a week cut. But look, we understand the pandemic, people were doing everything they could. But then now that they're not eligible for SUB, for example, a production worker that works for Chrysler in Brampton is out $370 a week over and above the $73. If you're a skilled trades worker, it's $520. But a lot of the employers in the beginning, because there was a lot of uncertainty, paid the SUB top up. So now all of a sudden, when the government came out on May 8th and said, look, no, definitely not, you can't pay SUB. All of a sudden now you have tens and thousands of workers across the country who are receiving SUB, who are already struggling. Now at the end of the year, there's going to be an overpayment created. They're going to have to pay back thousands of dollars. It just doesn't make a stitch of sense. So and I can't get a logical argument. The argument is listen, we don't want employees to get SUB payments if they're on CERB, because what that'll do is it'll be an incentive for employers to lay off workers so that they can go on CERB and then just pay the top up. That's a crazy argument. Doesn't make any sense. No sense at all. So at the end of the day, the only people that get screwed here are workers. So I've got tens of thousands of workers. I have workers that have just gone back to work in the auto industry, are scratching their head and say, listen, we have the employer saying to them, look, we want to pay. They've called me. They've sent letters to the government to say, look, we want to pay. What the hell's wrong with you? And the government saying, you can't. So I've never seen a situation where we're dealing with a pandemic. You have negotiated collective agreements that says they have to pay the top up. And the government saying to the employers, don't worry about it. You get a free ride. We represent the workers at Marine Atlantic. It's a Crown corporation. In the collective agreement I signed with the federal government, there's an SUB. So here my members are now, hundreds of them are on layoff, that provide the ferry service from Sydney, Nova Scotia to Newfoundland. And they're not receiving an SUB payment that we negotiated with the federal government. So if anybody can make a stitch of sense, please tell me, because I can't figure this one out.
Mr. Saint Marie, a fairly quick question, about 20 seconds if you can.
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Diaz, for your testimony. What solutions concretely would you propose to the government then?
Solution is that they don't deem SUB payments as earnings in order to be eligible for CERB. So you treat the SUB and CERB the exact same way as you would if the person was receiving unemployment insurance. After all, CERB was just a quicker way to get to unemployment insurance because the EI system was crashing. So you just treat them the same. It's just not deemed as earnings. It's a simple regulatory fix.
Merci.
Thank you both very much, and send us that proposal, Jerry, as asked before, to the clerk. Turning then to Mr. Julian, who will be followed by Eric Melillo.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks to all our witnesses. We hope that your families are safe and healthy. I'd like to direct my questions as well to Mr. Diaz, and thank you very much for being here and representing the largest private sector union right across the country. The NDP has repeatedly raised the issue of the supplementary unemployment benefits. Brian Massey has raised it. Daniel Blakey has raised it with the Minister of Employment. Scott Duval has raised it. I've raised it with the Minister of Finance repeatedly. And like you mentioned, Mr. Diaz, there is no sense that the bureaucrats are very clear. There is no problem with
We lost you, Peter. Peter, did they cut your internet in Vancouver there, or what?
I think the finance department cut your internet.
No, I thought it was the NDP government in Vancouver, in BC. Peter, we will come back to you. We'll get the technical people to sort it out. We'll go to Eric Melillo. And Eric, I probably don't have your last name right. This is your first time at this committee. Welcome. You got 4.5 minutes. Go to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and you did get it right, so very good job. Most people don't get it on the first try. I would like to direct my questions to our representatives from the Stratford Festival, and I know that we have our Conservative Deputy House Leader on the call right now, who is a strong supporter of the Stratford Festival as well, and the huge draw that it brings to southwestern Ontario. But I'm an MP from northwestern Ontario, representing the riding of Kenora, and I think that we are very similar in the sense that in normal times, we're a hotspot for domestic and international tourists. But right now, we have many small businesses who are relying on those tourists, not just hotels and camps, as you've previously mentioned, but restaurants, retail stores, and a number of other businesses who are being hurt by this. And I'm sure that the economy in Stratford is very similar to that. So I'm just wondering if you could provide a little more details on some of the economic benefits of tourism to our local communities, and in the same token, the negative impacts of a reduced season.
Right. Well, we were set to start our performance season in April. We would have had 500,000 people joining us this year. We were going to open a brand new theater, a new Tom Patterson Theater. So we were really set for a very exciting season. Based on a study by the Conference Board, each visitor to the festival spends roughly $300. And that is an exponentially higher number among our US visitors, which represents about 25% of those people who come to Stratford. And people who come from the US they tend to be very loyal. They're very supportive of the core mandate of the Stratford Festival. They see something here that they can't get anyplace else in North America. And I'm sure that's the same in Kenora, that you're offering something that is so unique. And in the absence of the theater this year operating, we're going to see, I'm sure, lots of these small businesses in the community struggling to stitch together a year. We are working with the Economic Development Corporation, Invest Stratford, to help think about ways to draw visitors and to keep Stratford in their minds. And something that we're doing is a film series. We were able to film 12 of our productions, and we're airing them on a free film festival over the last, starting April 23rd and into the next few weeks. And that's playing a very important role to stay connected to people and also to reach out to new people. We're seeing people view these films from Japan and South America and across the country and around the corner. I think that it has exposed us to a new audience, but also kept us connected. So I think the community is going to see a major absence this year. And we want to keep the festival sustainable, and it's why we're making this request to keep the festival sustainable so that we can be there and be a part of the rebuilding of the tourism economy in this region.
Thank you. And I've also heard from many seasonal businesses who are asking for some more definitive timelines on when certain sectors, particularly the tourism sector, is going to be able to reopen, especially in terms of the U.S. border and some certainty there. So I guess from your point of view, would more definitive timelines for domestic and international reopenings benefit your festival?
It would, and we're looking closely at what's happening in other countries and how the restart is happening. We have the benefit of watching some other countries and seeing how not just how governments are handling it, but also what is the readiness for people to gather. So we're watching that closely, and then we're responding as we think about our plans for reopening. How can we reopen in a way that is going to be comfortable and safe and accessible for people?
Yeah, and I think I'm running thin on time here, so I'll just ask.
20 seconds. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you. I'll just ask if you can expand maybe a little bit more on some of the reopening plans for after COVID, or how that's going to work in terms of dealing with this crisis going forward.
Sure. We're looking at a number of scenarios for the 2021 season. So going into next year, we're looking at the productions we might do, some things that we had on the playbill for 2020. Bringing some of those back, looking at some other things that maybe are smaller productions. And also we're looking at how to use our facilities. We have an 1,800 seat theater, 1,100 seat theater. So we have some space to have some social distancing. So looking at the programming, looking at how we receive people into our buildings.
Thank you. Thank you all. And we'll go back to Mr. Julian. I believe he's online, and he'll be followed by Mr. Fraser. Peter, are you back? You want to start over?
I am back. I hope you can hear me. That was a dramatic exit, Mr. Chair.
We seen you in still frame.
I was sucked into the virtual vortex. So my questions to Mr. Diaz, first was on the supplementary unemployment benefit. Secondly, for employment insurance reform so that folks are not left behind coming out of this. We don't have a second unemployment crisis. And I'd also like you to comment, Mr. Diaz, on two things. First, the Courage bonus, or the Courage wage that the NDP has been pushing for frontline workers, and the issue of sick leave. Both John Horgan, Premier of BC, but also Jagmeet Singh have raised repeatedly the fact that many workers in this country do not have access to paid sick leave. Amazon workers and other non-unionized workers have to make that difficult choice between putting food on the table or going to work sick. And so how important is it for the government to actually take steps to make sure that every worker in Canada has access to paid sick leave?
Well, I think one of the first things that many provincial governments have done, the Ford government, the Jason Kenney government, was eliminated a lot of the labor law reforms that were implemented, which include paid sick days. And I think they're both probably feeling pretty foolish today for doing that, because there is no question what we have done by not giving workers sick leave is we're forcing them to go to work sick, which is, of course, is making other people sick. And I think the pandemic is a perfect example of what happens if, in fact, we don't have any sort of legislative protection that allows people to take time off when they need to. Now, the Courage pay is something we've been talking about for quite a while. I mean, frankly, I take a look at who the COVID heroes are today, are a lot of workers, respectfully, that don't get the type of recognition that they deserve. I take a look at our members in long-term care, retirement homes, nursing homes, grocery stores, airline workers, truck drivers, transit operators. I can walk through so many workers which make so little. I think about the minimum wage workers in the grocery stores, and like I said, in long-term care facilities, it's outrageous. And if you look at the crisis in long-term care facilities, it changed significantly ever since they went for a for-profit model. And we're finding, of course, today that there are a lot more deaths in long-term care facilities that are for-profit as opposed to those that are publicly owned. So there is a lot that people should have learned as a result of this pandemic. And it really is the jobs that are critical and the jobs that are deemed essential. And I'm also looking at the manufacturing jobs that don't get the respect they deserve either, because now that we hit the pandemic, who did the Prime Minister, Justin, and others rely on to help? The GMs, the Fords, the Hiram Walkers, the auto parts companies, Bombardier and Thunder Bay, because having this manufacturing ability has allowed us to react. It's allowed us to build the personal protective equipment that is needed. So there, I've already dealt with the SUB piece. Peter, the bottom line is I don't have a logical answer, but Wayne, we have now forwarded the letter that we sent to Ministers Qualtrough and the Finance Minister. So you would have that ASAP, if not already. But ultimately, we need to change how we view working class people and the contribution that they have proven during this pandemic. I mean, long-term care workers ought not to be shuffled into part-time jobs. That's why they work in 2 or 3 different homes. They should be given full-time jobs and given the respect that they need. I mean, this pandemic, it could have, hopefully there would have been a lot less lives lost, I would argue, in long-term care facilities and with the healthcare workers, if in fact, long-term care workers were given full-time jobs. You could only work in 1 home. They were given proper wages and benefits. I think our seniors deserve a heck of a lot better than we have done.
Peter, can you boil a question down to 15 seconds?
Yes, to Mr. Sullivan, what is the impact of not providing support to processing workers on the front line?
Well, right now, like you had said, some of these people, it's between a decision between their health and their financial welfare. So obviously going into work where we might have seriously reduced opportunity to work and wages, we're seeing in some cases where fisheries may not open whatsoever, and employers we're seeing getting supports for PPE and wage subsidies, but then none of it obviously directly passed on to the workers. So right now they're going into an environment where there's no consideration. If they're left short through this season, where do they end up? What supports are going to be there for those people? And I think we have to start answering some of those questions. And obviously something like an extended CERB or considerations around EI absolutely have to be dealt with for people who are considered essential to the workforce and generally in lower wage positions.
Thank you both. Just Mr. Sullivan, on that a supplementary. Are you basically saying that 2020 doesn't exist for people working in fish plants and seconds on boats, and you apply the 2019 EI income to this year, and they draw unemployment based on that? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think that's one reasonable approach. Okay. Absolutely, I think that is one reasonable way to go for sure.
All right, thank you. We'll turn to Mr. Fraser, who will be followed by Mr. Cumming. Sean?
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you to all of our witnesses. In the limited time, I'll focus my questions on Dr. Robson. Thank you so much for being with us today, and more broadly for your work to ensure the public has the information they need, in plain language no less, to access some of the emergency programs that have been rolled out. It's been a terrific resource for my team. Thank you as well for recognizing constituency office workers. To my staff at home and in Ottawa, you have kept a lot of people fed and housed in the past few months, and I want to say thank you for all the work you've done. One of the things that drives me absolutely crazy is the fact that my constituency staff have to do so much casework when in fact that service should be provided by the public service or perhaps by some sort of a navigator. Maybe it is a nonprofit type solution as you've recommended. One of the things that jumps out at me from these past few weeks when I compare them to the past few years is the simplicity of the design of the CERB in particular, we have a whole group of people who have never had to access social supports before, perhaps because they have a healthy income and don't live in poverty, who have had to click more or less OK and receive money in their bank account days later. The past few years in my constituency office, we have seen thousands upon thousands of people who are living in poverty trying to navigate a complex web of provincial, federal, municipal, and community-based programs, and are scraping by with not quite enough really to live and be healthy. Oftentimes in rural communities that have no transit. What lessons can we learn from the simplicity of design, or perhaps the policy design of the CERB or other federal programs, perhaps the Canada Child Benefit, that we are going to be able to apply on the back end of this crisis to help eradicate poverty in Canada once and for all?
Thank you very much for the question, and also for the kind words on the little plain language guide that I put together. I'm glad that it's been of help, and thank you again to you, your constituency office, and to indeed all of the constituency staff of all the members of the committee. It really is, I think, an unsung but incredibly important service that MPs are providing. But as I said in my testimony, I don't think constituency offices can do it alone. I also I take your point that some of this navigation service, some of this information, we might think that it should properly be delivered by government officials themselves. So public servants who are actually the subject matter experts ought to be doing a better job. And certainly we can do some of that. But I think that there is also an important issue with regards to public trust. And so in terms of some of the populations that you yourself just mentioned, where do they turn and where do they feel that they can be served with trust? It's often nonprofit organizations that are directly in their community and that offer a multiple range of services. And at the end of the day, we're going to need multiple touch points because, you know, people enter into programs and have complex lives and they need multiple entry points. You've also raised the issue around simplicity of CERB, right? It was only made possible by having a more simple design. The employment insurance system in normal times is used to processing and capable of processing approximately 5 claims per minute. CERB, on the other hand, had to be able to be designed in a way, and successfully was, to be able to process 1,000 claims per minute. So we do have these inbuilt trade-offs between handling volume and handling kind of tiny nuances and tweaks and changes. So as we go forward, as we think about, we're entering into a transition. And as I said, that transition is happening at different times according to community, according to sector, and according to gender. But to the extent that we can continue to keep programs as simple as possible, it makes it easier for users to navigate them, it makes it more possible for administrators to deliver them quickly and to reach the kinds of volumes that we're going to need to continue to reach for the next several months. So I think that that's an important principle. And as I said in my remarks, part of the way of reconciling having that more flexibility built into programs and to be responsive to individual differences while maintaining simplicity is going to be that we have to continue to trust Canadians, that rather than expecting fraud around every corner, the C.D. Howe Institute had a paper out just today suggesting that perhaps this is the way to reconcile it, is that to continue to rely on things like attestations rather than waiting for people to jump through multiple hoops before we give them $1 of help.
I'm sorry, Sean,
Chair, is that my time?
It is, unless you can do one in 10 seconds.
I'd invite any follow-up you want to submit to the committee. Thank you so much for your work. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, do that, Dr. Robson, if you decide to do so. Turning then to Mr. Coming, followed by Ms. Kotrakis. James?
Oh, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the witnesses. And I can assure the people from the Stratford Festival, I have not been, and it is now on my bucket list for sure. I'd like to focus my questions with our 2 friends from NMP who are here, and they can arm wrestle on who wants to take the question. So the first one I want to talk about is I love that you quite often come with practical solutions to a problem that is going to come up and needs to be dealt with. And this is the capital cost for businesses to revamp their businesses once we restart, and that could be through air conditioning or filtration methods, could be screens, could be a variety of things. So you've come up with the tax credit concept. Can you just expand a little bit on that and why you thought that is the right direction?
So can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
So one of the reasons we were really keen on the refundable tax credit concept is we see right now that businesses are very concerned with spending any of their capital. Like businesses at this point in time have a finite amount of cash. They're relying on government programs like the CEWS, the Qs, the different loan programs, those types of things. And a lot of these businesses are not just deciding when to open, they're deciding if to open. You know, will they open? Even I'm sitting here in Alberta like you, and we are in phase 1 of our reopening. There's still a lot of businesses that are eligible to open and they're not. And they're not opening because there's a lack of consumer confidence and because there's a lack of confidence in the business community that if they go out of pocket to reopen, whether it's doing the infrastructure that's necessary, you know, to make sure that their teams, their staff can socially distance, to make sure that their clients can be safe in their environment, to make sure that everyone that is there actually will, there's some merit for them to be open. So if we had a refundable credit that would allow people to have, you know, whether it is working on their HVAC systems, their air conditioning, working on so the doors open automatically. Like even in our office here, everyone is afraid to touch the door handles because no one wants to be somebody that contaminates another person. So we believe that businesses, if there was a measured response like a refundable credit for businesses and also for homes, you know, there's a lot of families that are looking at bringing their elderly parents into their homes. There's a lot of families that are looking at working from home on a go-forward basis. So if we could have some way to kickstart the economy and get construction workers working on some of these retrofits for the businesses, we're not talking about things that are prettying up. We're talking about things that are actually improving the safety and the well-being of all Canadians in a manner that gets businesses back up and running.
Okay. I want to turn to another one of your proposals. It's the being able to withdraw from an RRSP to have capital available. And we've actually advocated that, particularly for small business, that you could take it out and you could take it as a loan and put it back into your RRSP when you're able to do so. Some will argue that takes away from savings, but if people need money, they need money. So what's your thoughts on, can you expand on your proposal there?
So I don't know if everyone here is familiar with the home buyer's plan, but what that is you can take money out of your RRSP and you return it over the next 15 years. And there's no penalty for taking it out. There's no tax for taking it out. We are proposing a concept like that for COVID. And we are seeing right now that people are taking the money out of their RRSP. So for any of the cautions around why would we want to encourage people to withdraw from their RRSP, doing a program like this would let people access their RRSP. It really is being viewed right now as a rainy day fund for a lot of people. They're pulling money out, paying tax on it. So now they never have that retirement room again in their RRSP. And they're taking out more than they actually maybe need right now because they have to pay the tax bill to get to the net number. So from those two perspectives, we believe that it's very important to allow for a RRSP withdrawal. That RRSP withdrawal could be used to get them through tough times. It could be used to help them pay off some debt or pay their mortgage payments. It can help them fund some education. It can help them do things as simple as, putting a loan into their company so that they can continue to pay their workers. We have the Qs program that's there that's fantastic for a lot of businesses. And that Qs program is really complicated. And it's been extended, which we do applaud because that's going to be necessary. But I do think that in order for business owners and families to be able to maintain their, to maintain economic viability, it's going to be important to access funds wherever they are.
Okay, well, I'd end it there, and that's been done in other instances before, I believe, and I believe it's in your brief. Ms. Koutrakis will be followed by, I think it's Mr. Brunel Duceppe, but it may be Mr. St. Marie. One or the other in any event will follow Annie. Go ahead, Annie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the witnesses for your presentations this afternoon. Mr. Chair, I will be splitting my time with my colleague, Julie Zerowitz.
We'll have time to get her on, Annie. Take the whole time.
Okay, great. So my first question is to Mr. Cloutier and or Mr. Wouters. On top of over $1 billion in support for the National Medical Research Strategy in our fight against COVID-19, the federal government recently announced $450 million in funding to support Canada's research community. Can you please comment on the ways that the funding will support your organization? That is to say, how it will be used and allocated?
I'm happy to address that. If Paul Emile wants to add anything else, he can certainly do so. We'll be one of the recipients of that, our Hospital Research Institute at UHN. And these funds from the federal government that were announced on last Friday, the $450 million, are there to support the wages of our staff that have been impacted by COVID-19. So like many businesses across Canada, research, non-COVID related research was largely suspended across all of the world. At our institution, over 80% of our research was suspended to prepare for COVID-19 and to change the way that we deliver care in the hospital. And this led to an immediate loss of revenue for us from all of the external sponsors of our research, pharmaceutical companies, biotech companies that fund clinical trials. And at our institute alone, the loss of that clinical trial revenue supported over 700 jobs. We were very close to having to make over 1,500 job layoffs in research at UHN. And this was largely due to the fact that we were ineligible for the wage subsidy program that was created by the federal government for this purpose, largely due to a technicality. And that technicality is because we're part of a public hospital that is ineligible for that funding, despite the fact that none of our funding for research comes from the provincial government or the Ministry of Health. We're not allowed to use any of those funds for research. So we were kind of stuck, and the only options available to us were to lay off staff so that they could collect the emergency response benefit, the emergency funds that were talked about here. But this funding, which has come in really at the last moment for us, is going to allow us to preserve those jobs and to allow us to prepare for the restart of research and also to support the critical COVID-related research that is still occurring and is very active at our institution and at many like us across the country.
So with the recent changes, then that takes care of that gap. Would you agree?
The funds that were announced are there to support the wages of individuals that are paid from those kinds of external funds, and we don't have a lot of details yet on how that will be administered or the rules of eligibility and so on. We're anxiously awaiting those, but our understanding is that it's meant to support retroactively back to the initial time of the suspension. So this will go a long ways to helping preserve those jobs and to ensure that our amazing scientific workforce across Canada can come back and remain at a world-class level.
Thank you for that. Mr. Chair, do I have a question for one more?
No, you have a little time left, but we'll go to Alexi if we could. Mr. Brunel Duceppe, do you want it? We'll give you 2.5 minutes as well as the same for Peter.
Okay, Mr.
Go ahead.
I have to connect to the French. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank all the witnesses that have appeared before us. We fully appreciate that. My question is for Mr. Crawley. I listened closely to your testimony, And I appreciated that a lot because in my writing, I have a lot of people that have these weekly revenues. And so most of their revenue comes from publicity advertisement, and there has been a drop of about 85-90% of newspapers that have lost their money. So wouldn't it be much easier to maybe increase the amount of money for advertisements, but locally this should be done by the federal government? It seems that they have abandoned these people compared to some of the efforts made by the provincial governments.
Mr. Crowley, your mic is on, Mr. Crowley. Your mute is on. You just got to push the right button. Right on the bottom of your Zoom screen, right on the left-hand side, there should be a little mic. There you go. Oops. You had it. There you go.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so am I supposed to get a translation of that? Because I didn't get it.
Oh, it didn't come through in English?
No.
It comes through in English in mine. Do you want to re-ask that question, Alexi, again, and see if we can? It should have come through in English to you.
Well, can you hear me now in French? Is the English translation coming across, Mr. Crowley? Can you hear me?
No, it's not coming through.
Is he on the English channel, Mr. Chair?
Are you on the English channel, Mr.
Yeah, I probably am. I'll go to French.
No, you should. If you have it in English, it should come through to you. Alexi, are you on the French channel?
Yeah.
Oui.
Yes. Yes, but if everyone can hear me, I seem to be on the right French channel. Most of you seem to have heard me. The issue seems to be with Mr. Crowley's channel.
Okay, Mr. Crowley, you should be on your English channel on your system there, and it'll come through.
Okay.
Try it now again, Alexi, see what happens.
Bon, can you hear me in the language you would wish to? Great. So I will just ask the question again quickly, because I think we've lost some time along the way. So very quickly, I have a lot of owners of weekly newspapers, and most of their revenue comes from advertisement revenue. Right now, they have lost about 90%, maybe even more of their revenue. The federal government has come up with a program, $30 million to buy advertisements throughout Canada. In Quebec, they give $30 million in Quebec just for that province. Isn't it easier for major dailies such as yours, for weeklies? Because we are told that information is so vital at this time for local radio. Ideally, wouldn't it be to boost that program quickly, to buy a lot more advertisement quickly? Might I just hear what you have to say on that?
The truth is, the 30 million that was promised to be spent in Canada, because I spoke to the Heritage Minister, and he assured me that 90% of that money would be spent with Canadian publishers and broadcasters. I'm assuming that a lot of it has gone to TV and radio rather than to print. What the publishers have done to try and make it easier for the federal government to reach Canadian audience is to create a consortium. We've built a platform that is now available to the federal government to use to make it as easy as it is to book with Google and Facebook, who are obviously the dominant players. That's just been done in the last few weeks, and it enables the government to have a neutral platform. It's a Montreal-based company called District M, and it makes it a neutral platform that the government can use to reach whichever demographics, whichever audience it wants to reach, whether it's community, dailies, whatever. And it's been a lot of work to get that done. We'd now like to see the federal government actually test that out. There's an announcement coming out on that in the next few days, so we really hope it's going to help to channel some of that money into places like the Quebec weeklies, which, as you say, obviously need it because they don't have the kind of subscription revenues that a newspaper like the Globe and Mail has.
Okay, thank you both. I do, while we're on with you, Mr. Crawley, are you still there?
Yes.
You said in your remarks that there's an inherent unfairness in the publishing area, I guess, in advertising and global platforms. Basically, I think saying global platforms are not paying their fair share. What are you proposing there?
Well, if you look at what's happening around the world, various countries are trying to put pressure on Google and Facebook to deal more fairly. In Australia, they're trying to do it through compelling the platforms to come to the table for a conversation about sharing some of the advertising revenue. In France, it's more about copyright. My preference is for the government of Canada to use its good offices to bring the parties together. If it's got to be done legally, it's going to take a long time. This is an urgent situation. We need, I think, the convening power of the government to say, come on, let's sit down and work this out. Let's come to some kind of agreement. Australia tried that. The platforms weren't really as responsive as the government would like. So they've now put some strictures on Google and Facebook to say, okay, there's a time limit on this, and we want you to come to an agreement with the Australian publishers. So there are options to do this, which shouldn't take years. Copyright changes inevitably are slow, complicated. It's very important. I'm not saying don't do it, but it's not going to help in the short term.
Okay, thank you for that. Turning to Mr. Julian, and then we'll go to Mr. Polyev and Ms. Zerwitz. A couple and a half minutes, Peter.
Yep, thanks, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Diaz, I was really pressed to have you here because you represent workers in so many different industries across the country. So there's two sectors I'd like to ask you about. First, the importance of providing support for our public transit systems across the country and public transit workers. The federal government to date has not provided those supports. There's a lot of money going to the banking sector and companies that use overseas tax havens. There doesn't seem to be the same intention provided to transit workers. And secondly, for media workers, Mr. Crawley has raised the issue of the lack of a level playing field. I think most Canadians would be stunned to know that these web giants largely don't pay income taxes and don't provide any supports into Canada. So they're sucking a lot of the resources of the country out, not making the investments in this country. And it certainly devastated the media landscape in my riding of New Westminster Burnaby and right across the country. So what are the things that the government should be doing, both in terms of media workers, but also in terms of transit workers and supporting public transit?
Great questions. First of all, the media, let me deal with transit. There are mass layoffs announced in some of the major cities in Canada as a result of COVID-19. As a result of COVID-19, the buses are not fully utilized, obviously, because of social distancing. Revenue has dropped dramatically. In many circumstances, no fares are being collected at all. And what bus drivers are saying is that they are driving, if you can imagine, by bus stops where they have essential workers frequently wearing personal protective equipment, wearing hospital garbs. But the simple reality is that the riders have dropped, the revenue has dropped significantly, and now they've announced layoffs. So on one hand, you can't say we need essential workers and transit workers are essential, and then mounts major layoffs, including right here in the city of Toronto. So we can't say they're essential workers and then they get laid off. The other side of the argument, Peter, is that 75% of all PSWs, all the workers that work in long-term care facilities, take public transit. About 75 to 80% of workers in grocery stores take public transit. So at a time when we need public transit the most, there's going to be massive layoffs. So the government clearly needs to step up. For a perfect example, the transit industry is not eligible for wage subsidy. So if in fact the the transportation, the transit system would at least be eligible for the wage subsidy. That would go a long way in offsetting some of the significant costs. Now, Philip laid out the whole issue with the media. Simply put, there's been about 250 local newspapers have closed in the last 10 years. Just in the last few weeks, the National Post announced some major closures in Manitoba. And the issue is clearly Google and Facebook. They've been having a free ride for years. And Philip is right. Australia's got tough. France has gotten tough. The UK is getting tough. So other countries around the world are saying, okay, enough of this. It's gotten to the point where Google and Facebook, frankly, will steal the information that is paid for and written by the Globe and Mail, the Star, the National Post. They take what is written by other newspapers, conventional media, they post it, but they don't pay anything for it. If Google and Facebook lived by the same rules as Philip Crawley and the Globe and Mail would have a different situation. They don't pay taxes, they get a complete free ride. So there's something got to be wrong with the system where we know there's going to be a wholesale wiping out of the industry if we don't do something. And you can't have a thriving democracy, which we're very proud of here in Canada, if you don't have a strong media.
Okay,
so there's a lot that has to be done.
I believe I'm hearing you say there, Jerry, that Canada needs to get tough. I don't see Mr. Poilievre. Are you there, Pierre? What we'll do is we'll go to Mr. Zerowitz, and James, if you want a question, we'll come back to you. Ms. Zerowitz, we'll go with for 4 minutes. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. I just want to say thanks to all the amazing presenters. It's nice to see some friendly faces I haven't seen in a while. Hi, Carol. So I'm going to actually start off to Mr. Crawley. I'm going to actually start off with where Mr. Diaz ended off. I absolutely also fundamentally believe that you cannot have a strong democracy in Canada without having strong independent Canadian journalism. And so, Mr. Crawley, I would really encourage you, because we might not have enough time now. I know you've mentioned District M, and that's something our government should look at, but I would really love to hear a little bit more from you in terms of what more immediate support our government can be providing to Canadian media today. And it's not just I'm thinking about, you know, amazing publications like the Globe, but I'm also thinking about local publications and even ethnic media. If you have some specific thoughts on that, that's one. The second is when we're looking at a model moving forward, there's a lot of different things happening in the world, from taxing to having to pay for access to Canadian journalism, to actually providing a share of ad revenues. There's different models we could look at, or a combination of models. If you have some ideas of what we should be looking at, I'd be very grateful to hear from you. I do want to get so if you maybe have something to mention right now, that would be great, but I do want to have a minute and a half left for a question to Ms. Robson.
Okay, I mean, a quick example. If you're trying to save newspapers, and Jerry just listed how many have closed in the last few years, all newspapers have a significant cost from printing. Mm-hmm. We print most of our papers with Transcontinental from Montreal, who have major printing plants across the country. Everybody has printing costs. There are, for me, I sign a bill every week for about $1 million for printing. If the government was to step in and say, we're going to help with your printing costs, every newspaper in the country could benefit from defraying some of its printing costs. That's just one example. The other example I quoted, Canadian Press. Everybody buys content from Canadian Press for news, for sport, for features, pictures, video. If you were to say, okay, we'll pay a portion of your dues that are owed to Canadian Press, because typically in a situation like this, people stop paying their bills. You know, people aren't paying some of their rents for their property. And that's the risk for Canadian Press, that Canadian Press will find that people are refusing to pay, even though they've got a contract to do so. That's something, again, that for a lot of people, whether it's radio, TV, newspapers, they buy from Canadian Press.
So sorry to cut you off, Mr. Crawley, because
Yeah,
your
sure.
ideas are important, but I really do encourage you, if you have some of these ideas, please submit it to the committee. I'd like to make sure that we are considering them. My last sort of minute and a bit is to Ms. Robson. Ms. Robson, I follow a lot of what you write very carefully, and just because I'm also very interested in dealing with income inequality in our country. We're learning a lot through this pandemic. We're learning about our gaps in our social welfare system, our gaps in supporting Canadian workers. Our Prime Minister talks about building back better, and I think he wants to build back better around income inequality. What data do you think we need to be gathering now that will help us to make good public policy decisions moving forward and to build a better system to address income inequality?
Thank you for the question. I'll try and keep my response very, very concise. So I would say there are a couple of points of data. Number one, it would be fantastic if we could get much better and more timely data and disaggregated data on how the programs that have been rolled out are working. So that will allow us to actually do faster learning. So there's that piece to it. I would also say that there are two really important blind spots that we have in Canada, or at least spots that are not sufficiently covered in terms of our current data sources. And the one I would say is more frequent data on household assets and debts. Right now, I'm delighted that we now finally have a triennial survey on that, but perhaps more frequent data on that, and longitudinal data so that we can actually see how people move in and out of things like asset poverty and how debt evolves within a household over time. Second and third point, I would say, is within year income information. We have quite good administrative records that show us the transitions in and out of poverty and how inequality changes year over year. But I think that this crisis has told us that people's situations can change rapidly and within year. And so to be able to build back better, I think that really does have to mean coming to grips with the volatility that also can take place in people's incomes within the year as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mr. Cumming, final question to you if you want it. Go ahead,
Sure.
James.
Sure. I'll go to Ms. Gaffney or Ms. Stevenson from the Stratford Festival. They're a fantastic festival, great for Canada, but we have events like that across the country that communities depend upon. I know in Alberta we have many that we talk about often that are important. So how important do you think it is for there to be an actual program that deals with that sector, events, hospitality, a very specific program to be able to support those important events?
Great, thank you. There was a $500 million fund announced last week. And I think that really speaks to the values of Canadians, of caring for the social and economic fabric of the country. Festivals and major events, and I know that FAME presented to this committee last week or earlier this month, and they drive the economy across the country, from the Stampede to the Charlottetown Festival to major festivals and events. I mean, a place like Stratford, we operate 6 months of the year. We're driving tourism for 6 months. You've got festivals that are running for weekends, for weeks at a time. It drives the tourism economy. And I think that it would be a huge benefit to have a fund that specifically focuses on how those tourism events can be a part of building back the economy and drawing visitors, domestic visitors and international visitors.
Okay, we will have to end it there. Usually we can go a little over, but we do have another panel with the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions. So I do sincerely want to, on behalf of the committee, thank you all for making presentations in what is, I know, a bit of a rushed atmosphere today with this many panelists, but I do believe a lot of information, a lot of valuable information and points come out. And that will certainly go up the line, and hopefully at the end of the day, we'll be out of this pandemic, and all these points will assist us in getting there. So on behalf of the committee, thank you again to all the witnesses, and we'll suspend for 2 minutes while the clerk lines up the next panel. Meeting suspended. Thank you again.
Thank you.
welcome witnesses to meeting number 30, panel number 3 today of the House Common Standing Committee on Finance. And as everyone knows very well by now, we're operating pursuant to the order of reference of Tuesday, March 24th, meeting on the government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And we're pleased at this session today to have from the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions, Jerry Rubin, Superintendent of Financial Institutions, and Ben Gully, Assistant Superintendent, Regulation Sector. So I'll turn the floor over to you, Mr. Rubin, and then we'll go to a round of questions. Just for a heads up to committee members, we'll first start with Mr. Polyev, and then go to Mr. Fragiskatis, Mr. St. Marie, and Mr. Julian. Floor is yours, Mr. Rubin. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me to appear today. I'm joined by my colleague, Ben Gully, as you mentioned, the Assistant Superintendent of the Regulation Sector at the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions, or OSFI as it's usually called. OSFI is Canada's prudential regulator and supervisor. We promote financial stability by keeping a close eye on the solvency, liquidity, safety, and soundness of federally regulated financial entities. Our core functions are regulation, which is setting rules and guidelines, and supervision, which is assessing adherence to these rules and making sure that institutions close the gaps that we identify. We regulate and supervise about 400 financial institutions, mainly banks, insurance, and trust companies, and over 1,200 private pension plans. I believe it's my responsibility to change the language button. Oh.
The language button is right in the center of your screen there on Zoom. And you'll see English, French. If you speak French, you got to use the French one. Dead center at the bottom of your screen.
Oui, je l'ai trouvé, j'espère.
Well, I hope I found it. The OSFI works closely with our federal and provincial partners, including the Department of Finance, the Bank of Canada, Canada Deposit Insurance Corporation, the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, and provincial counterparts. We also share information ideas with international groups we belong to, such as the Financial Stability Board, the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, and the International Association of Insurance Supervisors.
COVID-19 has caused many tragedies and great disruption, as well as forcing us all to change how we live and how we work. In these unprecedented times, Canadians can have confidence in our financial system because it is resilient and well prepared. Our role has always been to think about how to prepare for and how to respond to severe scenarios, whether they affect a single financial institution or the entire financial system. So far, while much of what is happening now is clearly extraordinary, many of the challenges facing the financial system are elements that OSFI has been preparing for some time. In particular, OSFI strengthened its regulation and supervision of financial institutions in the decade that followed the global financial crisis, even though the Canadian financial system had performed well during that period. This included new requirements in areas such as capital adequacy, which is the capacity to absorb significant losses and continue to function, liquidity adequacy, which is the ability to make good on cash outflows as they come due, even in stressful financial market conditions, and operational resilience, the ability to function even during a serious disruption. Not only did OSFI raise minimum capital and liquidity standards, it further required banks and insurers to exceed those standards under normal conditions, thereby building robust buffers for use when necessary. One of OSFI's most important tools in the current situation is setting capital levels. You may wish to think of capital as a form of self-insurance, which provides both a buffer against unforeseen losses and an incentive to manage risk-taking. Strong capital levels allow a financial institution to operate normally, even if it experiences losses. Part of our capital regime is the domestic stability buffer, which requires Canada's biggest banks to set aside additional capital during good times, and then allows them to draw it down at a time like this. This positions banks to continue to support the economy during an economic downturn, even though they face the prospect of losses on some of their loans. We reduced the domestic stability buffer by 1.25 percentage points on March 13th, which increased the lending capacity of Canada's largest banks by over $300 billion. OSFI will continue to monitor the economic situation, and if conditions warrant, is prepared to release the remaining 1.0 percentage points of the buffer. As part of that mid-March announcement, OSFI instructed banks to not undertake dividend increases and share buybacks so that the additional capital will be used as intended. In early April, I issued a further statement on bank capital and dividends to contribute to a broader understanding of the capital regime in Canada and the resilience that's already baked into the system before further actions are required. Si les mesures que nous prenons en prévision.
While the preparations that we make before an economic downturn are essential, it is also important for us to respond to downturn by adapting our supervision of the financial institutions and pension plans and by adjusting our regulations and guidance so that they suit the current circumstances.
Since the start of the pandemic, OSFI has been closely monitoring the financial condition of banks and insurers, reviewing their responses, and maintaining ongoing communication with them. My colleague, Mr. Gully, will describe the regulatory measures that we have taken recently. But just before I call on Mr. Gully, let me reiterate that Canadians can be confident that OSFI is acting to meet its mandate of protecting depositors, policyholders, creditors, and pension plan beneficiaries in these extraordinary times. So I'll stop here so that my colleague can deliver his remarks, and then we'll be pleased to respond to your questions. Merci.
Mr. Gully, go ahead.
Good evening. As the superintendent mentioned, one of OSFI's roles is to be prepared for threats to the financial system. Our guidance and expectations for financial institutions and private pension plans under our jurisdiction are aimed at supporting resilience. OSFI's sustained efforts to review and develop guidelines have resulted in an effective supervisory and regulatory regime that protects depositors, policyholders, creditors, and private pension plan beneficiaries while allowing institutions to take reasonable risks and compete. Extraordinary times have required OSFI to ensure more than ever that our guidance is credible, consistent, necessary, and fit for purpose in the Canadian context. OSFI's first COVID-19 related regulatory announcement was on March 13th with the Minister of Finance and the Governor of the Bank of Canada. In that announcement, we suspended our planned policy consultations and provided some measured regulatory flexibility on capital and liquidity requirements. We have been in frequent contact with institutions and with our regulatory partners to refocus efforts on the issues at hand. As the superintendent mentioned, we continue to work with domestic and international partners. Domestic cooperation and collaboration is important given the independent mandates of each organization and the various measures taken by other parts of government. International cooperation benefits us as we can learn from actions taken by our peers, share valuable lessons, and make decisions that reflect the international context with the focus on resilience of Canadian institutions. These frequent touch points and our ongoing supervisory work with institutions has resulted in a series of announcements and letters to the industry sectors we oversee. These have all been made available on our website. Further, we have offered technical briefings for analysts, industry, and pension plan administrators to share information and provide clarity on our expectations. From these briefings and through communication with industry, we have developed questions and answers on recent COVID-19 related regulatory measures and put them on our website. These are updated regularly as conditions change and when OSFI takes action. This promotes a consistent understanding of OSFI's expectations across market participants and limits speculation that can occur in the absence of clear information. While there remains areas of uncertainty in how the pandemic will affect financial institutions, the Canadian economy, and the daily lives of Canadians, Canadians can have confidence that OSFI is working hard to continue to meet its mandate. OSFI will continue to consider potential regulatory changes during this exceptional period and will make sure that any further adjustments are credible, consistent, necessary, and fit for purpose. We will continue to publicly communicate our expectations of institutions and are happy to answer questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you both for your presentations. We will start with Mr. Polyev. Pierre, the floor is yours, and we're only going to be able to go the 2 rounds given the time. We have a pretty hard stop at 8, so 6 minutes the first round, 5 minutes the second. Mr. Polyev to start, followed by Mr. Fragiskatis. Go ahead.
Superintendent Rubin, you have lowered the domestic stability buffer by $300 billion. How much of that $300 billion have our banks used since that announcement?
Your mute's on, I believe.
Yes, I think I've
Yep, there you go.
solved that little problem. So just, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, we reduced the domestic stability buffer by 1.25 percentage points of risk-weighted assets. And what that will do is that creates room for Canadian banks to do as much, if not more, than $300 billion of additional lending.
Right. That's what I was saying. Now, how much of that have they used?
Well, the banks will be reporting their financial results for the first quarter in a couple of weeks, and we will all see the state of their balance sheet at that point. When we reduce the domestic stability buffer, Canadian bank capital levels were already above the required level for the buffer.
Right.
So we'll see whether, in the first instance, the banks have dropped into the space that has been provided or not.
All right. So we'll look forward to those reports then. The banks have to keep a certain amount of capital that's with a degree of liquidity that allows them to deal with shocks like the one we had before us. Are they allowed to use Canadian mortgage bonds to count as part of the buffer?
Okay, we'll want to think of capital and liquidity closely related, but nonetheless, they're regulated differently. So capital is the loss absorbing capacity of banks. It's not.
So just sorry, it's just we don't have a lot of time. Do they?
That's okay, Pierre. We'll find the time. Go ahead. We need thorough answers on this because it is hard to understand. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mister.
So capital isn't held in a particular form. Liquidity, which is the ability to meet cash draws as they come up, needs to be held in a particular form in what's called high quality liquid assets. And government guaranteed securities are considered high quality liquid assets, and therefore the CMB would be part of that.
Do you think there is a possible distortion in the system? That the Canada mortgage bonds are effectively mortgages that banks have lent out. Then they've got them securitized through the government. They're backed up by the taxpayer. Then the banks buy them back and you put them back on their balance sheet, this time as high quality liquid assets that now apply to their buffer. Do you think this can create a bit of a distortion in the system where the asset originally is not considered high quality liquid? They send it off to the government, it gets stamped with a guarantee, it's sent right back, and now all of a sudden it's a high quality liquid asset?
Certainly the eligibility of the Canada mortgage bond as a high quality liquid asset makes it a more attractive thing for banks to hold. That said, if Canada mortgage bonds or other government guaranteed securities were not considered high quality liquid assets, banks would have to hold other types of high quality liquid assets, which might be government debt. So it's not obvious that one is better than the other.
All right. My only concern, when I've always been concerned about the system that we have, whereby banks get the profit of a mortgage and the taxpayers get the risk. Once it is CMHC insured or securitized, then all of the risk goes to the taxpayer and all of the profit goes to the bank. I've always believed, as a supporter of the free market, that risk and reward should go together. Profit and loss should be joined, so that the same person who can profit on the upside is the one that takes the hit on the downside. Do you think our system breaks that natural relationship and gives the bank access to risk-free profit?
Mr. Chair, the mortgage insurance requirement is a long-standing feature of the Canadian system. We do require, as a matter of law, which is established obviously by Parliament, that mortgages that have a down payment of 20% or less must be insured against default.
Right.
That insurance can come from CMHC, which is a Crown corporation, or it can also come from private corporations. And this is a measure that does contribute to financial stability in Canada because it diversifies some of the risk away from the banking system and into the insurance system, and also, as the member pointed out, to some extent to the government.
Go ahead, Pierre. We have time.
Well, I don't think that you quite answered my question. The banks can externalize their risk by putting that risk onto the taxpayer. They get all the profit, we get all the losses. I wanted to know if that could lead to certain distortions in the marketplace, and if so, what we would do to mitigate those distortions.
So, Mr. Chair, one thing I would add is that some of the profit from these mortgage transactions is earned by the mortgage insurers because a premium is paid, and they have to hold capital against that. So in the case of an insured mortgage, the capital is held principally not by the lender, but by the insurer. These sorts of risk transfers are common in the financial system. All I can say from my own experience is that prior to the global financial crisis, there were some concerns about this approach, which is, if not uniquely Canadian, nearly uniquely Canadian. But a lot of observers felt that it was helpful to Canada in navigating through the global financial crisis.
I'd taken a little time from you, Pierre. You want another question? Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair. My final question is, we now know from CMHC that 12% of Canadians are deferring their mortgages. That could rise to 20% by fall. That's an extraordinary level of delinquency. And I want to know, is our financial system secure right now?
Mr. Chair, as I said in my opening remarks, Canadians can have confidence in our financial system because, despite the extraordinary circumstances, it's a very resilient system and it's very well prepared. There is no question that the mortgage market will have some difficulties. It's too soon to say that all of these deferrals will turn into delinquencies. There are certainly people who have asked for deferrals who will be able to be current, but certainly there will be some that do not. And this is why we require the mortgage insurers and the banks to have very strong capital levels so that they're able to withstand significant losses, continue to operate normally, continue to provide financial services to Canadians.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both very much for that. We'll now go to Mr. Fragaskatis and then on to Mr. St. Marie. Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to Mr. Rudin and Mr. Gully for appearing today. There's always a concern, or not even a concern, it's more of an observation that our federal institutions, because of the very specific work that they do and because of the very technical work they do, can sometimes be distant from the citizens that they're ultimately working on behalf of. Now, you've been good enough today as representatives of OSFI to come and present to the committee, and it's a very valuable thing to have you here. But in layman's terms, I want to, on behalf of constituents who, although they probably are not watching, let's be honest, I think the question has to be put. Tell us about some of the very basic things that OSFI has been working on. For example, the domestic stability buffer has been lowered. Naturally, that's an important thing to discuss, but I can tell you that 9.999% of my constituents, 99.9% of my constituents, will have questions about what the domestic stability buffer is in the first place. So let's go back to first principles. Why is that important? Why is the lowering important, but what is it to begin with, the domestic stability buffer?
Sure. Mr. Chair, I'm going to, in a moment, call on my colleague to provide additional detail. But I think at a high level, what's important to keep in mind is this. Banks need to have the capacity to absorb losses that will arise in difficult periods like the one that we seem to be entering. And for that, they need to have high capital levels, loss absorbing capacity. And we've created a system in Canada where we build up that loss absorbing capacity in good times by raising the domestic stability buffer so that we can lower it at times like these so that banks will be able to continue to provide financial services to Canadians.
Thank you very much. And are banks stable?
I believe Mr. Gully was going to come in as well there, Peter.
Right.
Were you Mr. Gully? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to build on that, the domestic stability buffer was built up as a war chest in good times for use in more difficult times, such as the ones that we see, because the lesson from history has been that without those reserves in place, banks can tighten, restrict lending, and that can exacerbate the downturn and the damage to the economy. So that war chest is there, hence the buffer to absorb some of those shocks. One other example that may be useful is that actually loan deferrals that are being offered by banks, we have made clear that they should not be treated as past due or delinquent. And what that means is the amount of capital that banks have to hold against those loans, the increase is limited. Those increases are not happening. So again, preserving capital for broader lending and continued economic activity. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Again, it's all an attempt to put forward questions that will ultimately be heard by constituents. And going back to first principles, I think you've explained it very well. If I could also follow that up, and I know you touched on this in your presentation and some of the questions with Mr. Poilievre, but our banks, they are stable. They're not facing challenges when it comes to lending capacity, and you do not foresee that happening in the future.
Well, Mr. Chair, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, the entire financial system is resilient and well prepared for where we are. Is the system facing challenges? Clearly, it's facing challenges. Financial institutions, much like our own organization, were obliged to move many people to a work from home situation in order to protect the health and safety of their employees. They had a lot of technological capacity that they could draw on, but I won't say that they weren't challenged. They were certainly challenged by the volumes at call centers as they moved their call center employees to home as well. But in terms of lending capacity, this is very much restricted or regulated by the capital requirement. And having raised the capital requirement for our major banks in good times and being in a position then to lower it significantly, lending capacity should not be an issue.
Okay, thank you very much. No, naturally, there's going to be questions when we have an economic crisis along the lines that we are currently experiencing. There will be questions about the stability of the overall banking system, but putting it on the record that our system is very stable and will remain so into the future, I think is only something that can add to confidence. I wanted to ask you also about how this current situation differs from 2008 and specifically what that has meant for OSFI's response compared to what we saw in 2008?
Mr. Chair, there are some very important differences between this situation and the global financial crisis that began in 2008. For one thing, the global financial crisis was a shock that originated within the financial system, although not the Canadian financial system, but the global financial system. And this made it difficult for the financial system as a whole to continue to operate and support the economy. But we learned a lot of lessons from the global financial crisis. And as I said in my opening remarks, even though the Canadian financial system did very well in the global financial crisis, we very much strengthened the capital, liquidity, and risk management requirements that we impose on our banks so that we'd be better prepared for this shock, which is one that has come from outside the financial system rather than inside. And it's always our responsibility, a responsibility given to us by Parliament, to look out for the interests of the depositors, the policyholders, other creditors to the banks and insurers. And we are keenly aware of the need to learn the lessons of history, and that has helped us much better prepare the system. The other thing that I think is very important in this regard is the work that other federal agencies have been doing to support the system. And one of the lessons we learned from the global financial crisis was the importance of the central bank to be able to provide liquidity to the banking system when there's a disruption of this type. And the response of the Bank of Canada has been exemplary and has been very important in getting us through the first acute phase of this crisis and draws very much on the lessons that we all learned in 2008.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm not sure whether it's Mr. Brunel de Sepp or Mr. Saint Marie that's in the next round. You, Mr. Alexi? And then we'll go to Mr. Julian. Go ahead, Alexi.
Yes, it's me. Thank you. Thanks for being here with us. Maybe I should take you to an area where you didn't expect me, but I'm sure that we can clarify a few points together. First of all, briefly, is it possible to tell us the credit cards, are they regulated in Canada, generally speaking, and how do we go about that? How is that regulation done? I would think that there are two aspects in regulating credit cards. Well, at least two. Well, just briefly, just for the committee's benefit. For us, as OSFI, we're trying to be very practical when it comes to risk management at all portfolios, including credit cards. And there are also some regulations stipulated by the law as far as relations between the banks and credit card holders. It doesn't really get into all aspects, but issues relating to divulging information. But as clearly as possible, who gets the interest money when a customer doesn't pay what they owe? Is it to the credit cards or to the banks? I'm not too sure that I really see where you're going with your question. When the interests are not paid, the balance, does it go back to the banks or the credit cards when the interest rates are not paid? Yes. So Visa, MasterCard, they are happy with the interest that have not been paid. Globally, Visa, MasterCard said about 60% and 26% of credit card transactions. Do you know how much that represents in Canada? Mr. Chair, I don't have those figures handy. Well, it's probably the same thing. What I'm saying is it's almost a monopoly situation. Several people have called me, business people, talking about the exchange or interchange rates. I'm not sure if you know what that is. Right now, I don't believe those are regulated. These enterprises now sometimes pay 2-3%. Maybe you have different figures, but in Europe, it was set at 0.3%. In Australia also. So, as Alexi, just a last question.
Some of this area is really government's decision to make, and I don't want to put Mr. Rubin in the spot of having to he has to abide by what the government policy established is. And I think your question related to exchange rates is more from a finance minister's perspective rather than Mr. Rubin's. But Mr. Rubin, if you want to add anything to that, go ahead.
Merci. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you have fully understood the situation.
Alexi, did we lose you? Your mic's on, Alexi. Your mic's on. You're muted.
Je suis parti. Yeah, I left. I lost the connectivity, so I just came back. No, but I just wanted to hear his opinion. Is it possible for me to have his opinion on these exchange rates, Mr. Chair? Because, can you hear me clearly? Yes, I can hear you. Well, we don't have any jurisdiction as far as these exchange rates. The Parliament hasn't devolved that role to us. So you're saying if someday we're trying to assist our small businesses rather than these credit card companies, the government has to come up with a bill to regulate these exchange rates. That's what you're saying.
Give the minister here.
Okay.
You know the question you got to ask.
Thank you. No more questions.
Okay. So we will.
Okay. No more questions from me. One more.
Yep.
No more questions for you, Mr. Chair. Maybe you can do whatever you feel like doing with my time that's left.
Okay, that's great, Alexi. We can use the time. Thank you very much. We'll now go to Mr. Julian, and then I'll just give you the full list of questionnaires so that we get through it. Mr. Julian, then Mr. Cumming, Ms. Zerowitz, Mr. Cooper, and Mr. McLeod. Peter, you're on.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rudin. Thank you, Mr. Gully, for being here today, and we hope that you and your families are safe and healthy. I want to get a handle on the amounts of supports that are being provided to the banking sector, both through regulatory relaxation, as you mentioned with the domestic stability buffer, but also in terms of support measures. We heard earlier this week from CMHC. It's $150 billion that banks can access through the IMPP. We just heard from the Minister of Small Business, who indicated that about $100 million will be provided through the CEBA as the percentage of CEBA that to handle in terms of administration fees. You mentioned the domestic stability buffer of $300 billion. We're close to, if not over, $500 billion now in supports, and that's not including the term repo changes that the Bank of Canada has brought in. Is OSFI monitoring the overall level of supports and the overall impacts of regulatory relaxation? And do you have a figure for us right now of what is available to the big banks in Canada?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are, as the questioner pointed out, a variety of ways that the government is supporting the financial system, both directly and indirectly. The direct support comes principally through the activities of our office, of the Bank of Canada, and of CMHC. But the indirect support is very important as well by providing income support to Canadians, whether it's income support or loans to businesses. This also relieves a considerable amount of the pressure on the financial system, and we are watching that very carefully. That said, I'm afraid I didn't bring a sum total to this meeting, and I can certainly undertake to provide it to the committee.
Peter? Mr. Julian, are you froze again there? Peter, I believe Peter's froze. He's used 2 minutes of his time. We'll come back to him later. Mr. Cumming, do you want to take over?
Sure, I'll step in for him. I'm sure he wouldn't mind. So I want to, if you could elaborate a bit on the stability buffer where you've decided to go to 1%. What was the rationale to take it to that level at 1%, and what was the analysis that you picked that threshold?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to call on my colleague to provide a bit of color here. I will just say that we had built up one of the largest counter-cyclical capital buffers in the world, and we felt that put us in a position to make a measured reduction and to keep a certain portion of it in reserve if needed, and we are prepared to release that if that's the case. I think Mr. Gully can add a bit of detail.
Go ahead, Mr. Gully.
Thank you. There are a variety of factors that go into the setting of the domestic stability buffer. A large part of it relates to the strength of the economy and the growth in underlying assets, and as well as broader questions around risks, such as household debt and consumer debt as examples. In this particular case, the release was very much a one whereby we wanted to have a sufficient enough release to be meaningful to support lending across the economy. So typically we have used on increases increments around 1/4 to 0.5%. We felt it needed to be significant and large in order to convey the significance of the response, provide clarity to institutions so that they have clear runway to use that. And obviously, we have the benefit of international practice to see what other jurisdictions have done as well in order to calibrate the overall response. But we felt the 1.25% was a response to the situation and was significant.
You want me to, Mr. Chair, do you want me to carry on?
You will finish your round and go back to Peter. Go ahead, James.
I think Peter visited one of his offshore bank accounts or something.
Yeah.
So given that's created that liquidity, and that was the intent of this, and I understand that, if that, and you aren't able to comment yet because the banks haven't reported on what's happening with their operations. But if we've created this environment of liquidity and we've actually it's working the way it should, then why is it that we should have so many other measures that we've had to the government's had to announce, whether it be through loan guarantees, through special loans, through CEBA, through a variety of other liquidity avenues, BDC lending, EDC lending, as backstopping some of these activities. So can you comment on that and from a policy standpoint?
Mr. Chair, I can only speak from my own perspective as a superintendent, rather in this context for the government as a whole. When I look at this from the perspective as superintendent, we have created a space for banks to lend, and they're being supported on the liquidity side, as I mentioned, by the Bank of Canada and the CMHC. At the same time, banks remain commercial enterprises. They're responsible for their own underwriting. They need to take reasonable risks. And in this context where it's very difficult to predict the future path of the economy, where it's difficult to fully assess the creditworthiness of enterprises, the fact that the government is coming forward to provide support to bank lending by taking some or a large portion of the risk onto the government's shoulders has clearly made it more likely that banks will be able to meet the loan demand that is presented to them.
Okay, thank you. A quick one, James, if you have one.
Yeah, and on your website, you had mentioned temporary measures put in place to protect the rights of members and beneficiaries and with related to pension funds. Can you elaborate a little bit on what those temporary measures were?
I'd be glad to do that, Mr. Chairman, but Mr. Gully will be a better speaker on this topic than I.
Go ahead, Mr. Gully.
Thank
Teamwork.
Mr. Chair, on March the 27th, we introduced portability freeze. That was regulatory speak for the extent to which transfers can be pulled out of pension plans. We did that because of the uncertainty facing the solvency positions of those funds, because of the extraordinary uncertainty in the markets. Those restrictions were a blanket restriction for colleagues looking to transfer value out. But on May the 7th, we updated those restrictions and provided consent to those looking to retire early. They needed that cash, subject to certain restrictions. But again, the balance here is wanting to preserve the value and the position of the fund for the benefit of members that stay in the fund, while also allowing some targeted relief for those that are looking to withdraw.
Okay, thank you for that. Peter, you have about 3 minutes left. Go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I got sucked out of into the virtual vortex a second time. So I'll be talking to the clerk. There's obviously a problem. I haven't had problems in 2 months, and I've had 2 problems in an hour. So I didn't actually hear the answer about the overall amount of supports, either through regulatory relaxation or support measures. Was a figure given?
No. Do you want to just rephrase your question and in fairly simple terms, and Mr. Rubin can answer again?
How much in all sectors is support, either through regulatory relaxation or support measures, is being allocated to the banking sector? Is that something that OSFI is tracking? Just yes or no, if you don't have the figures.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just to reiterate briefly, so we're paying close attention to all of the support that's being provided directly or indirectly. It's very important to us as a prudential regulator. That said, I didn't bring a figure with me for the total amount, and I can certainly undertake to provide one.
And thank you. Provide that to the clerk, and we'll send it out.
Thank you so much. Now, on March 13th, you indicated that, or OSFI indicated that the measures that were being taken around the domestic stability buffer should be, the banks should not use this measure to increase distributions to shareholders or employees or to undertake share buybacks. I've noticed today you mentioned in your statement that OSFI instructed banks to not undertake dividend increases and share buybacks. Now, of course, in other countries, we've got the European Banking Authority, the Prudential Regulation Authority, Mexican financial regulators have all absolutely made strict requirements. If you're getting public support, you can't do any of these things. I'm interested both in the shift that appears to leave aside the issue of executive bonuses, and given that a number of banks, including the CEO for TD Bank, has said that it doesn't change anything in their dividend policy, what are the consequences if banks deliberately say, hey, we're not going to cooperate, we're going to increase our dividends, we are going to provide executive bonuses, we're going to do share buybacks? What are the consequences to those institutions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as the questioner mentioned, when we reduced the domestic stability buffer, we instructed all of the financial institutions that we supervise, banks and insurers, not to increase their dividends, to cease share buybacks, including share buybacks that we had previously approved, and not to increase compensation levels. I have to say, I would expect full compliance on this. I have no doubts in this matter.
No, but my question is, if they do not follow, what are the consequences?
Well, Mr. Chair.
Are there consequences?
Well, there would certainly be consequences. I think we have a variety of tools at our disposal. We would want to understand why we had non-compliance, and we would want to tailor the tool for the particular circumstance of the institution. That said, we keep very close tabs on all the institutions that we supervise, and we have no indication that there will be non-compliance.
Last question, okay. Peter.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, seniors, small businesses, they're all struggling. The banking sector has been imposing fees and penalties around mortgage deferrals. They haven't lowered their credit cards or lines of credit to zero. Some credit unions have, not the banking sector. You're monitoring these banks. We're going to be hearing profits for the first quarter in just a few days' time. Are you concerned about windfall profits? And I cite back in 2009, of course, where the banks received support for about in order of $114 billion and announced $27 billion in profits. The public appetite will not be positive if banks are announcing windfall profits over the next few days, despite all of these public measures to boost the banking sector. So are you tracking, and do you have some sense of what the profit margins will be in the next few days when they're announced?
Mr. Rubin.
Well, Mr. Chair, as I said, banks will be starting to report the results. Everybody will be able to see their levels of profitability. There are some enterprises that are profitable in the current situation and others not. I think that can be an important social issue. It is perhaps an important policy issue. It's not, however, an issue that Parliament has ascribed to OSFI. Parliament has given us a mandate to protect the interests of depositors and policyholders by making sure that the banks and insurers are in safe and sound financial condition.
Okay, Ms. Zerowitz, and then we'll go to Mr. Cooper and wrap up with Mr. McLeod. Julie.
Thank you so much. So thank you, Mr. Rudin. Thank you, Mr. Gully, for being here today. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for your extraordinary service to our nation. We're very grateful. I have two questions, and then I would like to give the rest of my time to Ms. Koutrakis. My first question, you had mentioned, Mr. Rudin, that we are in touch quite a bit with international, similar international bodies. How do we line up versus other countries in terms of our resiliency?
Well, Mr. Chair, the best answer to that question will be shown in the future as we see how we navigate through this circumstance. Mr. Gully is a member of the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, and I'll ask him to comment. But at a high level, I would say that Canada has a reputation around the world for strong and rigorous regulation and supervision of financial institutions from a prudential point of view, and that we have one of the most demanding capital and liquidity regimes in the world.
Mr. Gully.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just building on that, we are subject to peer reviews internationally that examine the standards we apply to the institutions, and we continue to get compliant ratings out of that process. We're also subject to reviews from the International Monetary Fund, which review in more detail the practices that we apply, not just regulations, but supervisory practices. They continue to give us good ratings. And the levels with which we've applied to capital, liquidity, risk management standards more broadly have certainly served us well to date, and we continue to benchmark ourselves well relative to those international peer groups.
Thank you. Ms. Zerowitz, quickly.
And then my last question is, so we lowered the domestic stability buffer by 1.25%. What would be the triggers that you'd be looking for that would make you look at reducing that further?
Well, as Mr. Chair, as Mr. Gully mentioned, we wanted to make a significant decrease in order to respond to the severe and extraordinary circumstances that we're in, and to create appreciable space for banks to access the capital, the loss absorbing capacity they had built up in good times, so that they would need it, so they might need it in these circumstances. So I think a great deal will depend on the depth and duration of our economic difficulties, and also how this is reflected in the results of banks. As we mentioned, there's a great deal of support that's being provided by the government directly to support people's incomes, to fully or partially guarantee loans to businesses. All of that will reduce the need to use the buffer. But if the recession is deep enough and goes on long enough, it's possible, it's by no means certain, that bank capital levels, the banks will move into the buffer space. We would consider that a normal and prudent thing for banks to do in a severe recession, to use their capital to support the economy, to absorb losses. And if they move well into the space that has been occupied, we will have to consider whether we should create more space.
Ms. Koutrakis, you got about time for one question off of Julie's round.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Julie. I will turn to pension plans, as I think defined benefit pension plans are critically important for the well-being and security of retirees and are good for society as a whole. People need to have financial stability in their lives, especially when they are retired and older. Could you please update us on the state of the DB plans in this current period? And have you analyzed the short and medium term impact of COVID on DB plans, given the very low interest rates, inflating liabilities, and much lower equity values, depressing assets?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You praised our use of teamwork, and I'm about to show that again. The one thing that I would just mention to the committee, so they understand OSFI's jurisdiction. So we regulate all the banks in the country, most of the insurers, but we are by no means the largest regulator of pension plans. We have 1,200 of them, but those are the ones that fall in the federal jurisdiction. And the majority of both members and dollars in pension plans are in provincial jurisdiction. That said, we're happy to talk about what we've been doing, and Mr. Gully will take the baton at this point.
Mr. Gully.
Mr. Chair, based on our examination and review, the private pension plans, defined benefit pension plans under our jurisdiction have performed well relative to the recent conditions. Solvency ratios clearly have come under pressure, but nothing unexpected in that regard. Our supervisory work remains focused on examining the sensitivity of those solvency positions to different scenarios, possibly including interest rates, asset values more broadly. And that work continues, and again, it is used to inform a broader assessment and potential set of actions as we look out into the future. But our focus very much remains on protecting the rights and interests of pension plan beneficiaries.
Okay, thank you and thank you for that question, Annie. Turning to Mr. Cooper, and we'll wrap up with Mr. McLeod. Mr. Cooper, if we could keep it to about 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rudin and Mr. Gully. I want to ask, first of all, about the current covered bond limit. I know that OSFI has provided that banks are permitted now to exceed the current covered bond limit 5.5%. How long do you anticipate that will be in place for?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's possible. We'll see when my colleague might wish to add to this answer, but my own view is as long as is necessary. The increase in the covered bond limit has been very helpful in improving the liquidity of banks. An earlier questioner was talking about the use of government guarantees in order to create mortgage-backed securities that can be used for liquidity. One of the features of the Canadian covered bond system is that the covered bond collateral has to be uninsured. So this is all private risk. But nonetheless, it's been an efficient way to help increase the ability of banks to borrow against some of their assets, which has been necessary, particularly in the early weeks of the crisis, and may yet come back. So we're certainly prepared to leave it in without setting a deadline at this point. Don't know if Mr. Gully wants to add something.
Nothing further to add from me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, Mr. Cooper.
Good. Well, thank you very much for that. I want to talk a little more broadly about some of the risks that face the banking sector. We saw, for example, that Fitch had dropped its outlook on the Canadian banking sector from stable to negative. We know that among some of the significant risks, including ones you've identified today, include household debt. We heard just on Tuesday from the president of CMHC that in his testimony, he indicated that household debt to GDP could reach as high as 200%. if not higher. So in broad terms, if you could just speak to that issue from the standpoint of asset risk to Canadian banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So from the asset side, the principal risk faced by banks is on the credit side, and this can incorporate mortgages that don't stay current, credit cards that don't stay current, commercial loans. All of these areas are going to be affected by the very sharp economic downturn that we are currently experiencing. From our perspective, as the questioner mentioned, we have been concerned about elevated levels of indebtedness, both at the household and corporate level, for some time. We don't pretend to have anticipated the pandemic, but we're always planning for a severe and prolonged recession. And we want to make sure that the individual institutions and the system as a whole are able to navigate through that. And the principle, but by no means the only method we do this, is by making sure that capital levels, so the loss absorbing capacity of the institutions, is at a high level, quite a high level that allows them to confidently navigate through a severe and prolonged recession. And we need to be prepared to see bank results that we haven't seen for some time, because we've gone through a very long benign credit period, one of the longest and most benign periods of credit performance in Canadian history. But we at OSFI and in the financial sector have not taken that for granted and have not assumed that it will continue. We have prepared for the eventuality that it would not.
Okay, we will have to end it there. Miss, who did I say was next? Mr. McLeod.
Thank you, Mr.
4
Chair.
minutes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the presenters from OSFI. It's very, very interesting, very educational. We seem to have such good witnesses in our committee. We had a presentation from the PBO the other day, and it really helped to understand the fiscal situation in Canada. And as the regular, the sole oversight on banks, and now that we're in these unprecedented times, I'm very curious, and I want to ask about what indicators are you watching for when it comes to the economy, to if the conditions continue to deteriorate, if the banks start to report losses, what would your organization do, and how should we react to that?
Mr. Rubin.
Mr. Chair. So we watch a variety of economic indicators, not so much so that we'll understand the present, but so that we can understand what might happen in the future. And what we're looking for in the future is not for our own purposes to predict what's likely to happen, but to figure out what could happen and to make sure that we and the banking system and the insurance companies are prepared for that. Now, the key indicators that will affect credit performance will certainly be unemployment, overall income, and from a commercial point of view, we've already seen quite disparate impact on different types of businesses, and we'll be watching that very closely and then mapping it back into the particular risk exposures of the financial institutions. As I said, from a capital point of view, capital is loss absorbing capacity. We've gone through a long period where we have not seen, it's been rare to see banks have a negative quarter or insurance companies have a negative quarter. And it will be, if we see it, and I'm not saying we will, but certainly a severe and prolonged recession can bring that about, at least for some institutions. I understand that it will be unfamiliar and alarming, perhaps for some people. But what's important to understand is that we have ensured that the financial system has a great deal of loss absorbing capacity so that they were able to navigate through periods of losses, continue to provide financial services to Canadians, continue to command the confidence of the public.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod, and we are a little over time. I apologize for that. Mr. Rubin and Mr. Gully, look, on behalf of the committee, I want to sincerely thank you for your presentation, but perhaps even more so to thank both of you and your team for the work that you do in terms of really assisting to ensure that that our financial institutions are secure in this country. That's important to people out there in my street and in Hunter River, and it's important to the people in downtown Toronto. So you have an extremely responsible position, and we thank you for the work that you do. And we thank you for appearing before the committee today. So thank you very much. For committee members, I'll just outline the panels we have next week, and we will need witnesses from all parties, preferably at midnight tonight. But we'll go to 10 o'clock tomorrow morning if you could have them to the clerk, and maybe the clerk could put out an email on this as well. The panels on Tuesday, May 26th, the first panel is on public transportation. The second panel is on self-sufficiency and supply chain. And on Thursday, the first panel is on oil and gas. And the second panel will be the bi-weekly report of the Minister of Finance and officials from finance and other departments. So if members could give that some thought, get the witnesses, your proposed witnesses lists into the clerk as soon as possible, so he and his staff can do the work of trying to call those witnesses and get them in place. So David, if you could put out an email just following the meeting as well, so people have the topics that we agreed to at the steering committee last week. And I think if we can arrange it, I see Peter on there, and I know Pierre's listening. We probably should try and have a steering committee on Monday. We'll try and arrange that as well. So with that, again, thank you to our witnesses, and thank you to all the members. It's been a long. We had a lot of information this afternoon. Thank everyone for their endurance as well. A meeting adjourned. And thank the interpreters and staff.